I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Las Vegas City Councils, 1700 Grand Avenue. It's 5:30 p.m. on July 17th, 2024. Wednesday, roll call, please.
Mayor David Romero.
Madam Clerk, he is excused. He got delayed on a flight.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Present.
Councilor Marvin Martinez.
Present.
Councilor Barbara Casey.
Here.
Councilor David Ulivari.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Casey, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilor Martinez, would you lead us in a moment of silence?
Yes, for a moment of silence in today's meeting, I would just like to thank all our citizens of Vegas that have been helping us with this water issue that we continue to have. And conserving our water is a very important resource for our community. And I'd like to thank all of those individuals that have done that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem, next on the agenda is approval of the agenda.
Is there any changes, ma'am?
No recommendations from me, City
How about
Manager. Do you have
Mr.
any?
City Manager?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Council?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Do I have a second? Second, sir. Yeah. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion passes. Public input. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem, we have no public input this evening.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to our next item, we have mayor's appointments, reports, recognitions, and proclamations. And our first is our recognition certificates for Robertson High School Championship athletes.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we jump into that, my apologies, I couldn't be here last year for the council meeting, or last week? Yeah, last week, I'm sorry. I did have my 48th wedding anniversary, so I thought, that was important for me to be with family. So I don't think I missed a lot, and I trusted mayor and council can handle the situations, so. But I would like to also, thank, as the mayor did last week, thank all the people that donated and that assisted Las Vegas during this water crisis. And I'm going to start with the Taos Fiestas Committee. They gave donations to the city of Las Vegas, the Santa Fe Fiesta Committee, the Las Vegas Community Foundation. We had State Employees Credit Union, Albuquerque Senior Citizens, Las Vegas Community Foundation, Hillcrest Restaurant, Help New Mexico, City of Santa Rosa, City of Santa Fe. We had many calls and support from Tucumcari, from the mayor in Albuquerque. We also had so much support locally from different individuals that stepped out and issued out sandbags or made some sandbags. The prisoners at the state prison made 40 pallets of sandbags. And then there was people that were helping deliver to the elderly, deliver water and so forth. There was a big team effort, and when we asked the citizens to conserve water, there was a few of them that filled up their jugs, but, that's going to happen. But for the most part, I thank everybody that complied and conserved. We're not out of the woods quite yet. We are doing well. I want to thank all the employees and all staff, both water and distribution department and other departments that stepped it up, Public Works and so on down the line. I don't want to leave anybody out, so I'm just going to mention a few. If I left you out, I'm sorry, I apologize. But there were so many people to name. Our radio stations assisted us and helped us out. So there was really, really a lot of people involved. The Red Cross at the rec center also helped out. So there are so many people that pitched in to help us out to move forward one-day supply was, a little bit close to comfort. The county also assisted us and was working with us side by side. So I appreciate all those efforts and everyone that contributed, and thank you all. Madam Clerk, I will go ahead and start. Do I have any athletes from Robertson High School? We have a couple of them? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and come forward. The mayor and the city of Las Vegas and staff did extend the invitation, and we have actually, I'm going to read out the names, if I guess I could. First of all, the Robertson High School track team field championships, and we have Maria Sanchez. She's not here? Okay. How about Desiree Garcia? Coach Desiree? No. Alexandra Romero? No. Brian Trujillo? Kevin Villanueva? Aaron Dawes? There you go. We appreciate you. We congratulate you. Your certificate of recognition, Robertson High School Cardinals Track and Field State Championship. You got a state championship in the house. Thank you. Thank you to you this day, awarded on the 26th of June, Mayor David Romero. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you. And always a champ, okay? We also have Mateo Contreras in our track and field. Nathan Gonzalez and George Smith. Congratulations to the Triple A state championships, the Las Vegas Robertson Cardinals. Sports are an important aspect of a person's life. You learn how to win and you learn how to lose. It takes hard work, dedication, and long hours to become a champion and part of a winning team. Remember, you don't just represent your school. You represent Las Vegas and the community. Thank you to the parents for your time and all your support. To the coaches, the teachers, for their encouragement, their dedication to you, supporting you at your games, and supporting you in the classroom. Also remember that once as a champ, you'll always be a champ in life. Thank you very much. Now we have, for the Robertson baseball team, AAA champions, we have Leroy Gonzalez, the coach. They were notified, folks. So, Jared Marquez, Chris Nahad, Josh Romero, Kenneth Sandoval, Joel Silva, Connor Bonnie, Nathan Birch, Quick Cordova, Brendan Deisler, D-E-I-S-L-E-R, Deisler, sorry, Deisler. And then we have Johnny Fernandez, Di Mario Gallegos, Diego Jaramillo, Brian Lucero, Isaiah Rivera Maestas, Diego Maes, Rico Montoya, Elijah Ortiz, and Diego Marcos Vigil. Congratulations to all of you. You're champions. And Robbie Armijo in powerlifting, state champ, Las Vegas, New Mexico. Congratulations. And we got Orlando Romero, also a powerlifting state champion. Thank you very much. And I see in the crowd that we have our new president at New Mexico Highlands University, Mr. Dr. Neil Wolf. Would you come forward and introduce yourself and to the community? Thank you. Are you accompanied by somebody? No, your boss. Have her come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and city council members and community members here in the audience. Neil Wolf, and this is my wife, Tisha Wolf. We joined the Las Vegas community on June 30th, and it's been an amazing transition. We also have with us Dr. Brandon Kempner, who's been here at Highlands for a number of years. He's our chief of staff, and grateful for him. We have been overwhelmed with the kindness and welcoming nature of the community. One of the things that drew us to this community was its family atmosphere. People know each other, and people know that they have their back, and that's an opportunity I think that Highlands can thrive in. And so I'm excited to continue to make Highlands an accessible place for Las Vegas. I know it's an anchor here. We want to serve the community. I am here to serve. We have two daughters. I won't mention what high school they're going to go to, but it's great to see the achievements of the other high school students. They will be juniors this year. They're into sports as well. And we're just looking forward to being members of the community and serving in any way that we can. So please, if there's anything that we can do as a university for the community, we've had a couple meetings with the mayor already, and I think we have some wonderful things in store. We do want to express our gratitude for the way that the crisis is being managed, and that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. So thank you we had a number of students that were still on campus that were served well, and so thank you to the community for thinking of and taking care of our students. So with that, that's a short introduction. We are excited to be here. Do you want to say anything?
No, I'll just echo that. We're very excited and grateful to be here.
Council?
I was on the search committee, and you were one of my top choices. I hadn't said that to anybody, and but I was very pleased when you were selected, and I'm very happy to have you here. And I enjoyed my lunch with Tisha when we did have lunch together. A delightful woman and wonderful person. Talked about her children with a lot of love and humor, which we all enjoyed. And so we're very happy to have you here, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you. First name, Mr. Wolf?
Neil.
Yeah, nice to meet you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for coming out and speaking to the council in the city, Aldo City. It's a very small town. It's a lot of Hispanic people and white people, and a lot of people. But it's a lot of people that are very passionate about what they do, and and I'm happy that they selected you, and I'm just keep on going and keep that university going. So thank you.
Mr. Wolf and Mrs. Wolf, thank you, and thank you for coming to our community. I mean, we're always looking forward to making sure that the people that are with Highlands have a good relationship with the city of Las Vegas naturally, and the rest of the community. And, we had an opportunity to have lunch together, Mr. Wolf and Dr. Wolf, and I would, again, I just want to reiterate the fact that, making sure that academics has always been at the very top priority for myself. But along with what this council even did today as far as sports and so forth, a big priority as well. So I want to make sure that you recognize the schools, the two districts that we have here, and bring them in. And hopefully we can see that those kids, attend Highlands University and play in that sports field for them. So again, I just appreciate you guys coming in, and we thank you for choosing our community as well.
Thank you.
One of the things that we're going to start here as soon as August is have monthly community engagement forums at the university to re-engage the community, because that's palpable that the community loves Highlands and Highlands loves the community. And so we want to engage in ways that we haven't done before to continue that progress. I'm meeting with superintendents Chris and Melissa. I don't remember their last names yet, I'm sorry, but already thinking of ways that we can re-energize the students here. And anyway, higher ed is a great opportunity, and we want to make it available for anyone who's interested. So thank you for that.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I just want to thank you for coming into Las Vegas, New Mexico, little town. It's got a big heart. And I've got 4 graduates from Highlands University myself and my family. I'm real proud of Highlands. And I do have one request that whenever you ready to give up the golf course, we have open arms for it. But
Duly noted,
congratulations.
duly noted, all right.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate being partners on that deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we do have a proclamation, and I would ask at this point that the Juan Ortega family, Mr. Ortega and your family, come forward. Casey, does that mic work there if I talk there, or if I speak up there? No.
This one?
You can hear it if I'm standing there.
Yeah, just put it towards you.
Okay. Ven para acá, Juan. ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, bien, gracias a Dios.
Is she in the chair?
No, she doesn't want to come up here.
Oh.
No.
Well, let me tell you, Juan Ortega is my neighbor, longtime neighbor. I mean, he's been there since I moved there. So, I mean, I've known all his children and so forth. But here it goes. This is a proclamation, Juan. Whereas Juan Ortega was born in 1942 in Las Vegas, New Mexico, to Placido and Emelina Ortega. He was the third of 5 children. And whereas he attended public school in Mora, in Las Vegas, and in Hendrickson, Nevada. He graduated in 1962 from the West Las Vegas High School, where he met the love of his life, Annabella. He and Annabella got married in 1963 and had 5 children. And whereas he joined the U.S. Army and served proudly in the 101st Airborne Division in Fort Campbell, Kentucky for 3 years. And whereas he attended New Mexico Highlands University, where he earned his Bachelor's of Art and Master's of Arts degree in Modern Foreign Language and Second Education. And whereas he taught Spanish for 30 years at the Las Vegas City Schools and retired in 2001. He presently is an instructor of Spanish at Luna Community College in Las Vegas, New Mexico. And whereas he began singing and playing guitar at a very young age as he and his wife Annabella began raising their family. He focused more on using the music to serve the Lord, and his wife, along with their children, have been very involved in the Catholic Church ministry. Whereas Juan Ortega is a New Mexico songwriter and singer who shares his great songwriting talent in his religion, music, and whereas in the early 1970s, he wrote and recorded his first single title, Que Grande El Amor de Dios, which became an instant local hit and is now recognized internationally. And whereas in 1976, he recorded a song that he had written from a poem by Amelia Sanchez titled Padre Querido, which became a classic tribute song for any occasion in which where fathers are celebrated. He was honored with the Brown Bear Award in 1976 for Mira Mira Corazón, which was recognized as the #1 song of the year. And whereas he has written over 150 songs and has been honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award in 2009 and was recognized by the Songwriter of the Year Award in 2024. by the New Mexico Hispanic Music Association. And now, therefore, I, David Romero, Mayor, Mike Montoya, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Las Vegas, New Mexico, along with the members of the governing body, do by here and proclaim July 17th, 2024 as Juan Ortega Day for your generosity, love, and contribution to Las Vegas, Mora, and surrounding areas and its people. We wish you only the best in the years to come, and God bless you. Yeah. Right here, from here, yeah.
First of all, it's a great honor for me to have been recognized this way. I've gotten recognitions before at the New Mexico Hispano Music Association, and that was a thrill for me. And the Brown Bear Award in Albuquerque, I was awarded for Mira Mira Corazon, and I was so nervous and so taken aback that my knees were shaking. I could hear them knocking against each other. But this moment, to be recognized by the city of Las Vegas, is probably the best, the most. And I'm just so thrilled and happy that I was recognized, that I am recognized. And I'd like to thank my beautiful wife, Annabelle. I wrote a song for her too. The name of the song is Ana Bella. Ana Bella in Spanish. If you call to ask for it in the radio stations, they won't recognize it as Spanish. They'll say Ana Bella, Ana Bella. And I say it's Ana Bella, Ana Bella. Anyway, thank you so much, Michael, and so much to the whole city council and to everybody that is involved with this. I really, I do appreciate it, and I feel so honored. God bless you all.
Now, I would be remiss if I wouldn't mention his daughter, Brenda Ortega, which is a moving up star in Las Vegas and throughout New Mexico and across the nation. Thank you, Brenda. And thank you. God bless you guys. Thank you.
Picture of you guys right there.
Oh, sure. Yes.
You want us down there or?
Whatever you're ready. It's better down here.
It's good down here.
Sure.
I'm crying because I'm a crybaby.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. God bless you. Barbara, thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Igualmente.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, next on the agenda is creation of Economic Development Committee and appointment of the following individuals: Matt Martinez, Michael Quintana, David Valdez, Andrea Encinas, Jeff Salmon, and NMHU President, Dr. Neil Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, if I may just add a little more context to this item. This is regarding the creation of an Economic Development Committee and then the appointment of the individuals that are listed there. And one thing I wanted to call out is that per our city charter, Section 6.08, advisory committees. The governing body may establish advisory committees as it deems appropriate. The ordinance, resolution, or motion establishing any such committee shall provide for the manner of appointment, the powers, purpose, scope, and authority of the committee. The termination of the committee and such other matters is deemed relevant by the governing body. This is not a board or a commission. This is an advisory committee.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. You know, the other item that the Chapter 18 brings about is that all committees need to be reporting or having their meetings at either City Hall or on public buildings. And then the other item that points out to the city charter is that all committees should report to mayor and council once a year as to their activities. I know some of them haven't or don't, but they should be. So, council?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion for the assignment of the individuals, Matt Martinez, Michael Quintana, David Valdez, Andrea Encinas, Jeff Selman, and New Mexico Highlands University.
You have to do the creation one first.
Okay, well, I was gonna put those together, the creation and assignment.
You have to mention the creation first.
It has to be separate?
Okay. My understanding, Mr. City Manager, is this is just the creation of the committee. The appointments will come later? Or
Once this is, they should be separate. We should do the creation first, and once that's approved, then you can appoint. And you can appoint this evening, but we have to create first.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and make a motion for the creation of the Economic Development Committee, which would include Matt Martinez, Michael Quintana, David Valdez, Andrea Encinas, Jeff Selman, and New Mexico Highlands University President, Dr. Neil Wolf.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
a second? We have a first and a second. Discussion? None? You know, the creation of this board will also bring some funding to the city of Las Vegas. And hopefully, we can have another position that can be created in the Economic Development Department in the near future. Apparently, there's some state funding that we can qualify for. There's a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Motion does carry.
Okay, next item on the agenda.
Next item is appointment of Travis Regensburg to the Board of Adjustment and Planning and Zoning Committee.
The appointment of the members.
Can we do that at this point?
You can't, now that the committee has actually been established or created, now you can do your appointment.
And I would go ahead and make a motion to go ahead and for the assignment of these individuals.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Olivari.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Martinez, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Motion does carry.
Madam Clerk, so, Mr. Manager, pretty much the bylaw, or the policies or the bylaws are basically straight across the board for every committee. So they have already been created. So I just recommend that, once they have a chairman on board, that they, or send a copy to each member, better off. Send a copy of the bylaws to each member, and then that way they can get started and move forward with selecting a chairman and so forth. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem, next item is appointment of Travis Regensburg to the Board of Adjustment and Planning and Zoning Committee.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we appoint Travis Regensburg to the Board of Adjustment and Planning and Zoning Committee.
I have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Martinez, Councilor Martinez. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
No?
Counselor Montoya?
Yes?
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Motion does carry. Moving on to our next appointment of Joseph Dominguez to the Charter Commission.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we appoint Joseph Dominguez to the Charter Commission.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? None? Roll call, please.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Motion carries.
Next item.
Moving on to our next item is Counselors' Reports.
Counselors?
Mr.
Madam
Mayor
Casey?
Pro Tem, thank you. I've received several phone calls from persons who are business people in the community who are having difficulty with standing water from the rains and the subsequent floods that have occurred. And I don't know if we might, I would like to request maybe a public service announcement that can go out to the community and to the business owners, reminding them that the city cannot make repairs or do any work on private property. And so that's an issue, I know, for a lot of people because they can't afford to get rid of standing water. They don't have the equipment to try to take care of it. But, and maybe an appeal to people that own water rights to the acequias to make sure that the acequias are cleaned so that they don't clog up the water in certain areas of town, so that we can make sure that whenever we do have the flow of water, that water keeps flowing down to the river and doesn't stay on people's properties and be negatively affected. So I would like to maybe see if the city manager can take a look at that for us and see what we can do to help people, not directly so that we stay within the law, but that we take care of our own property and encourage those who do own property in the flood zones to please do everything they can to make sure that it's not stopping water where it's going to be causing damage to a private property. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Lee, Mr. City Manager, I know that after all that rains and all the devastation that we had here around the city, when are we gonna start getting some potholes on?
I think as the floods continue, like today, we had a lot of rain come through. It's going to make the roads worse. Once we get the streets dried out, Public Works will be able to go out and do assessments and start getting those potholes complete. I think part of the challenge is looking and seeing if the potholes should just be filled or if there should be more drastic measures so that they don't just keep washing out. And so that's an assessment that just needs to take place as we get out of this rainy season.
Okay, thank you. And how about, I've been called about a lot of ATVs going out to Rodriguez Fields. They're going in there. We got some areas in that area that residents don't have fences and they're going through there and they're kind of destroying the roadways and whatever they're doing out there, but I don't know if you can have our chief police or have some of the officers check it out at night or in the afternoons or when they're going in there, so we got some complaints about that. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Mr. City Manager, I know you're a busy man, but they were pothole patching today. I saw them pothole patching today, so we're on it.
Thank you for
Some
sharing
areas
that.
that they can.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilman Martinez.
I too have been approached with concerned citizens about the flooding issues, but not only within the city limits, but wherever the city and the county both participate as, as one, I guess, because, some of those acequias come in from the county and then they go through the city, of course, but I don't know, I guess maybe we can use some kind of an MOU with the county and find out what can be done about those areas, because we have to share the funding to be able to repair those. And I'm not I know there was some that were on Cinder Road, and I'm not positive as to what kind of damage they have or may have created, but nevertheless, I just want to bring that to light. Maybe we can reach out to the county, and if maybe you have somebody, maybe one of, Public Works or somebody that can go out there and assess and find out what kind of property damage there could have been because of those acequias. Maybe we can find a way to, work with the county to get those taken care of. Thank you.
Just as a quick follow-up, Mr. Mayor.
I think a lot of those properties fall in the extraterritorial zone, so that,
And some of those that aren't in the extraterritorial zone years ago were grandfathered in to the city limits so that they could have water and sewer services and trash pickup. So those are kind of properties that are in limbo right now because they don't know, even the owners of the property don't know if they're really in the city or not. And so we need to have a good look at those and see what we can do. As Councilor Martinez mentioned, see what we can do to help folks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. My councilman report is basically, once again, thank you to the Salsa group that we hired, their consultants. They were on board with us since day one of the water crisis. They brought in their staff and they got to work right away. We appreciate all their efforts, all their work. They're still with us and they'll be with us for some time now. Continue helping us out. We have requests for FEMA on behalf of the city. That's not going to finish. That's not going to come to a closure anytime soon. But I do want to let all our citizens know that FEMA does have a deadline for you to file your proof of loss, and that is November the 14th of this year. And there's a lot of money to be given out and to compensate for all those people that got flooded or got damages or businesses that had to shut down or the city shut down for a time period due to the water shortages. I'll tell you, I've been attending a lot of the FEMA meetings since day one, since the fire started. And I'll tell you that, they've improved 110% in the last 6 months. For a year and a half, things weren't going right. People weren't being trained. They had all sorts of problems. And I'll tell you that in the last 6 months, the numbers don't lie. Now they have about 500 employees employed in Peñasco, Mora, Las Vegas, and Santa Fe. So they're there to help us out, help us get through this hump, file their claim. Whatever it is, evacuation, loss of flood damage, or loss of employment, whatever it is, you qualify. So November the 14th is the deadline for applying. And their office is on Mills Avenue at the small shopping center across from the auto part. What's auto parts?
Across from Napa, but
Napa.
next to the,
Yeah.
the little beef jerky store that's right there, yeah.
Okay, well, it's there across the Napa store on the north side of the shopping center there. And I don't know I think they had some issues with the lighting or with the building, and they might have been closed for a day or two, but they will reopen, and they are having different summits or different places where you can apply. Make sure you don't get left out. This is funds that you deserve and that you qualify for. Go for them. They have plenty of navigators, and they're still hiring people. So if you're looking for a job, I mean, there's some good high-paying jobs there also. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem, next item on the agenda is Police Chief's report. We have our Police Chief, Mr. Caleb Marcus.
Chief?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. Let me get set up over here real quick. So due to the flooding last month, I wasn't able to present May stats, so I did combine both of them for this month. So this will be for May and June of 2024. So our field operations division, our patrol officers in May gave 166 citations, 37 in June. Non-traffic citations were 4 and 5 for June. Parking citations in May were 13 and 2 in June. Arrests made in May were 37 and 24 in June. Our burglaries were 6 in May and 4 in June. And our animal control handled 10 citations in May and 1 for June, for a total call of service in May of 946. And also for June, it'll be 875 calls for service. Our communications division had a total number of calls received through our dispatch in May was 1,120 total calls for service, and 1,049 in June. PD calls for service were 944 in May for our police officers and 875 in June. Our fire departments for May had 74 calls for service come to our communications division and 77 in June. AMR, our emergency for our ambulance service, had 161 calls in May, 159 in June. Animal control had 49 calls for service, 40 calls for service in May, 49 in June. City calls that consist of our water or after hours calls, 32 for May, 29 for June, and 911 calls were 647 for May, 703 for June. We had events that came up for our animal care center. They did have the May 7th finals week shelter dog event at Malady Park. May 16th, there was a conference in connection between animal abuse and cruelty and other violent behavior. That presentation specifically was put on by the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office, and it was open for law enforcement, pretty much anybody, Mayor Pro Temp. Also, our city manager and Mayor David Romero also attended that class with us. May 18th and 19th was our annual Fear Feral Dog Workshop in partnership with the Friends of San Miguel County Animals, and the ACC manager completed a course online through the Oxford Home Study for management. So as a result of the flooding in our community, the shelter was able to coordinate with other shelters around the state and also out of state, and they were able to relocate 50 animals to reduce the amount of water in the shelter that was being used for the cleaning purposes of our drinking water. And also they received a incentive plaque from Best Friends Animal Society for qualifying as a no-kill shelter in 2023, meaning that our numbers were greater than 90% survivability rate of the animals coming in and out of the shelter. The animals at the beginning shelter count was 64 for May, 25 cats was our beginning count. We don't have the June count. Our system kind of crashed, so we weren't able to get those exact numbers, but as of when I talked to our animal ACC manager, we had about 5 dogs and no cats in there as of recent. But our intake from the public was 29 dogs, 16 cats, for a total of 45. We had 5 dog adoptions, 0 cat adoptions. Return to owner or guardian, we had 2 that were lost and turned into the shelter, and we were able to get back to them. And also we had 1 cat and 1 dog did die in the shelter for an ending shelter count of 43 dogs, 11 cats. Our information division, they processed 110 offense incident reports that were closed in May and 78 in June, 38 traffic accidents reports in May, 22 in June. They entered 194 citations in May, 45 in June. Customers attended to were 144. in May, 116 in June. Documents scanned into our system were 289 in May, 213 in June, and they completed 17 IPRA requests in May and 14 in June. And they're still continuing to work on the indexing of the 2013 to 2017 reports and trying to get all those closed out, saved into our system electronically so we could do a destruction of those. Our street crimes division had 16 self-initiated cases in the month of May and 9 in June. They had 10 cases assigned to them from our patrol division in May, 2 in June. They made 13 arrests for the month of May. They executed 1 search warrant in the month of May, 5 in the month of June. They closed out 9 cases that were assigned in May, 3 in June, and they did have 1 homicide that occurred in June that I believe was already closed out. We, as of May, we had 1 gram of methamphetamines, 34 fentanyl pills in May, 50 in June, 15 other prescribed pills in May. 3 Suboxone strips were gathered in May, 1 in June. 80 cases were turned into evidence in May, 56 in June. 108 items of evidence were turned into our evidence division in May, 231 in June. We had 1 firearm seized in June that was turned into our evidence. 7 property releases, no property releases. We also had 3 cases sent to the labs where there was our New Mexico Department of Public Safety labs or APD labs. We had 3 in May, 1 in June. Travel and training. The police department had 4 informational travels for the month of May. We also had 9 informational travels for the month of June. We sent 2 police personnel attended training May 2nd, 2024 in Santa Fe for the general instructor update course. We had 2 police personnel attend a training in Santa Fe for the less than lethal instructor course. 1 police officer personnel attended training May 15th in Albuquerque for our grants coordination for our TSB grants. That way we could better understand it and try to get some more money coming into the future and how to manage our grants that the state does give us through there. We also had 2 police personnel attend instructor development in the month of May, sorry about that. We had 1 animal control officer submit a request for an online training course through a NACA certification. They do have 1 year to complete this course, and he's currently working on getting a certification in animal control. We had 2 police officers attend the FBI LEDA training in Bloomfield, and we had 1 police lieutenant attend the Axon training and taser training in Amarillo, Texas. So for our recruitment, we had 9 applicants interested in the vacant positions of police officer. Out of the 9, we were able to hire 2, 1 of them being a certified officer and 1 of them being a non-certified officer in the month of May. We did have 2 applicants for communications that are currently in the background phase. During the month of May 2024, we had 1 physical assessment and 1 written test conducted for a police officer candidate. 2 applicants are currently in the background phase for police officer. No recruiting events were held in the month of May. Due to the high volume of events that we did go to, we did the National Day of Prayer. It was kind of a busy month for us. Several applicants were contacted, but they were and emailed for their background packets and applications, but they were removed from the recruiting list due to not communicating back with the PD. And starting May 20th, the Las Vegas Police Department has been conducting recruit and service training for a new police officer. And we're currently in service training again. We did something different this year. Kicking it off, we started with an officer of the quarter. What I asked all the supervisors of the department to do was to nominate 1 person, 1 officer who they thought was an outstanding employee throughout the first quarter of the year. We have tons of officers that do really good work at the PD every day, but there was 1 officer that stood out unanimously to all the supervisors in the department, and it was Officer Christian Garcia. He had a good number of stats. He's always willing to work. He has a very proactive officer, part of our crime suppression unit that we just started, and I think he's present here, and we do have a certificate for him if he could come up and. And this is the first time we've done the officer of the quarter, and we're going to continue to do it and make sure that we do recognize the hard work that is done, though. So, thanks, sir. We did participate in a number of community events, and there on May you could see we're pretty busy with the community events, but we did I don't know if you want me to name all the community events, but they're up there. But one that does stand out is our Special Olympics torch run that we do participate in every year. part of that, we do a torch run in Las Vegas with our athletes that are going to be going to these events. We do a one day where we take them around town. We do a run through here. And then the next day, the officers run from Las Vegas to Santa Fe to carry that torch into Santa Fe. That's one big event that we do take pride in hosting every year. And then, of course, with our flooding and all the other events, we're on the radio, the music in the parks, Noches de Familia. So it was a pretty busy month for events for us. Our vacancies, we have 1 police commander, 2 police lieutenants in our field operations division, 1 sergeant in field operation division, 2 investigator positions, 1 narcotics agent sergeant supervisor, 1 narcotics agent, 10 police officers, 3 communication specialists, 2 communication specialists part-time, 1 communication manager, 2 animal control officers for a total of 26 vacancies. We were able to lower our vacancies off of the hiring from 32 to 26 from our last report in April. So we are making strides in hiring people, and hopefully those numbers continue to drop. But that concludes the slide, if you stand for any questions.
That's all. No questions?
Questions?
Go ahead.
Chief, just want to thank you for being out there in the public, and promoting our community with those events, of course. But, people in our community need to see you. Your law enforcement, your staff is law enforcement. They need to be recognized for the hard work they do, and we applaud what you do on a daily basis. So thank you for doing what you do. And of course, your staff as well.
Yes, sir. Chief, I had a couple of questions. So the animal shelter, are they accepting animals today?
Yes, we are accepting animals.
And what are the hours?
They are, well, for animal acceptance, our animal control officers do take them in. So if we get a call 24/7, we're able to go and pick up those dogs. We do have animal control officers on call for that reason.
What are the hours for the public?
For the public, I believe are 8 to 5, and I believe it's still Monday, Tuesday, and Saturdays that they're open. And we're working on getting those open.
Saturdays?
Yes, I believe so. But we are working on getting that open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Okay. And can anybody, Mr. City Manager, butt in if you can? Legislative funding, we got 750,000?
Yes, sir.
Where's that at?
So right now, that money that we got for legislative funding was for plan and design of our new building. So currently, B is working on getting with engineers and architects so we can start that process and getting the building plan and design.
And has that money been withdrawn?
Mayor Pro Tem, that grant agreement just came in like 2 weeks ago, and it's just been signed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One more question, and congratulations on bringing down the vacancy rate from 32 to 26. I mean, I see you guys are working it hard to try and get more people in your department. What about the trikes? Where are they at? I haven't seen them around, and are they parked? Are they broken?
So we have a few that are down right now.
Yeah.
Mainly for our special events is when we do bring them out, but we are gonna work on getting those ones that do need tires replaced and all that fixed, so we could start using them. But currently, right now, just with the manpower constraints, as far as especially day shift, we can't just assign anybody specifically to that one unit.
Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, they could be utilized a little bit more over there in the Riverwalk, because there's a lot of people that are driving there with motorcycles and, I don't know if scooters are allowed or not, skateboards, bicycles, and there's no signage and there's no control.
Yes, sir.
People are basically just doing whatever they want at the Riverwalk. There's really no patrolling. So, I mean, that would be one place to utilize them, at least, go by once a week on the trails, on the bikes, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But again, I can't emphasize the gratitude that I have for your expertise in assisting with the crisis, the water crisis. I saw a different chief that I was used to. I saw you bloom. I saw you in action, and I appreciate being part of that team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mr. DiVeri? Yeah. Chief, on Friday Frescos, there's a lot of kids running around on bikes, and I know we do have crowds in there, older people that are walking around, and we got kids running around on the bikes and skateboards, almost the same thing what's going on the Riverwalk. I don't know if I know you have officers out there, but I've seen the kids still running around and they're not being stopped or taken care of, because we can have, they can run over a resident or somebody, and can you take a look at that?
Yes, sir. Will do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, next on our agenda is our finance report by our Finance Director, Mr. Morris Madrid.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Mr. Madrid.
Before we start looking at numbers, I'd like to give you a little heads up on the final budget approval process. That'll be done at a special meeting later this month. In communication with DFA, between the time that we prepared and approved our interim budget and now, we've had a lot of things occur. Funding that came in before the end of the year, funding that will take effect July 1st, that is not incorporated in the interim budget. The question was, should we amend the interim budget and incorporate it into the final, or should we leave it as is, which is normal practice for local governments statewide, and just update the cash balances from estimated to actual? That was recommended, and that's what will be presented to you. What that means is, in August, early August, we'll have a meeting with a stack of budget adjustments that high, which is more work,
but which is also more detailed information for the governing body and the community, and will reveal the particular purposes of all those funding initiatives. Those are a given, because the funding will define the purpose. There'll be a second part to that. Because of the way that the budget was prepared, not all of the initiatives from the departments were included. That'll be another part to the adjustment of the budget initially, and the manager and myself will listen to those requests and then bring you the ones that are appropriate. I had a meeting today with one of the department heads that doesn't even require a budget adjustment. We're able to find funding within the department for an initiative that he wants. So that's going to be our first option. But anyway, when you get that pretty and thick budget document, the only real change you will see is on the summary sheet with the cash balances. And feel free to call me with any questions once you do get those. And the criteria for DFA's approval of the budget is you have to start off with appropriate reserves. You have to estimate your revenues, expenditures, define the transfers. Transfers have to balance. What are your investments and your reserves? The ending balance, the ending cash balance for each fund has to be 0 or greater. If they see a red number, they'll reject it. So you all won't see a red number. But that's the process that we're going to follow for the final budget. And again, if you have any questions when you get those documents, just call me. In regard to tonight's report, just for information, we went ahead and included the May report. We can disregard that one and go straight to June. Now, in the June report, this is kind of a boring financial report because the city is in very good shape, but it's also a reason to take a good look at it because it's an economic indicator. If you look at the general fund revenue comparisons, you will see in property taxes, gross receipts taxes, the 1.225% and the 0.75%, those are all up. Those are trends. That's not just this year.
those have been showing strength and growth for the last few years. So I just wanted to point that out. We exceeded our expectations by a lot, by 11% overall. Then the other thing that I wanted to point out to you, because as a former auditor, when I see a miscellaneous, that catches my eye and I wonder, well, what the heck is that? And on this report, it's 2.6 million. So why is a large number in miscellaneous? Well, that's because it's many different things that would make this report kind of cumbersome to read, but I want to talk to you and just tell you about what they are mainly. Mainly, they are the administrative fees that we charge to the utilities for administration. They've been in place since the utilities have been in place. And there's several ways to do that. Years ago, it was a percentage of the revenues, but I think it was probably discovered, as you can see in these reports, if you have a very warm winter, your gas revenues drop significantly, but your expenses don't. So the city moved to a flat fee for each utility. And that is determined at the beginning of the year. You'll see that in the budget that we're going to bring to you. And that's almost $2 million of the 2.6 that you see. In this particular year, we had over $400,000 in insurance claims that we recovered. That's another significant amount. And outside of those, we do have some donations. We do have some reimbursements. We do have some interest earned. I'll talk about that a little bit later in another presentation. But that's what the miscellaneous is. It is recurring, it is strong. So when you see us projecting a large amount in there, that's where it comes from. In general, our general fund budget, we only spent so far, these are unadjusted and unaudited numbers, 78% of what we had planned to. Now, that's a great thing in developing reserves, but it's not necessarily something that we want to see all the time. And in the chief's presentation, you just saw one of the reasons why we have that number. We want to eliminate that number, and we would rather be fully staffed than hoarding money. So, although the financial report looks good, that's it's a circumstance of something that we don't necessarily want. If there's no questions on the general fund looks good. It does. In the enterprise funds, none of them exceeded their budget authority. There is only one concern that I don't have enough information to brief you on, and that's in our wastewater department. In our actuals, we've exceeded, on a preliminary basis, expenditures more than revenues. Now, another thing that I'll talk about later is the timing of billing and collections. And I think that may be one of the issues here, because we do have a fairly long period from the time we read meters to the time that we actually collect or declare someone delinquent or cut off services. That's an issue in cash management. So I don't think it's a real concern here. I think it's mainly a timing difference, but I will follow up and get together with the director and explore that further. In the recreation department, again, we did not exceed budget authority, but we do have cases where, a case where our expenses exceeded our revenues. And there's a lot of different factors to that. If the pool has to close pool revenues are gonna drop. All the different programs impact the budget. And I know that the director is addressing that. And there are certain things that are programmatic, beyond anyone's control. But that is something that we should monitor during the year. And we will do that. The next report that you see is the cannabis report. And that one's just accumulating. It just keeps accumulating cash. I don't think we've spent very many. There's an expense there for $3,600. I honestly can't tell you what that is. But that fund just keeps accumulating. One report that you don't see in here, and I apologize, that the lodger's tax is not in here. The lodger's tax is always good. Lodger's tax budget of about $700,000, I believe, came in way under budget. We budgeted about the same amount for next year. I did meet with the lodger's tax committee last week to go over their budget and their options for use of the budget, what the requirements are, and their cash balance. They've developed a significant cash balance there, and they're going to be in the process of doing some more detailed planning for those expenditures. And in the areas of advertising, promotions, and even some consideration of infrastructure ideas. So I'll continue that discussion and provide information to them on that. And I'm glad to say it's a boring report, but if you have any questions.
Madam Casey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Madrid, I want to thank you for going over the enterprise funds revenues for the wastewater issue, and I think I've seen so many posts on Facebook about people complaining about their utility bill. And you mentioning that it's probably just a matter of when the meters are read, when the bill goes out. Maybe they need to be synchronized a little bit better, so that some people were complaining that they had received 2 bills at once and they can't afford it and they didn't know what they were going to do. So I'm glad that you brought it up, because that way I think it's an issue that needs to be addressed and, spoken about with utilities folks, and see what we can do to make sure that somebody doesn't get a huge bill one month and then the next month they don't get a whole, they get a smaller bill and they don't know why, and they're using the same amount of water or even more, sometimes. And it helps people plan. A lot of people here have a very strict budget that they have to stick by. And so it makes it very difficult for them to manage their everyday living and spending if they get a surprise with a large bill. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
In reference to that, what Councilor Casey was talking about, is there budget billing available to the customers of our community?
Yes, and Councilor,
And maybe you could just kind of touch on that.
Utilities Administration, the billing part of it is not part of finance. It used to be. And yes, there is budget billing. And if I remember correctly, it used to be able to start in May. And the criteria was you should be current on your bill, and you would get a set payment for the whole year. And then at the end of that period, you would true up to that. And I think that's still the policy. In regard to some billing issues that I've seen, sometimes the read periods are different. I know that sometimes it's 27 days, sometimes it's 37 days, and that can affect the bill. What's strange about this anomaly, councilors, is the wastewater and water are correlated. And they should be billed, they are billed at the same time. They absolutely are. But the collection should be lined up also. But yes, there is budget billing. And the time period between the read and the due date and the delinquent date, I think, is something that needs to be studied. Shortening it will have an impact on the public initially, and that could be painful. But, the city may get to the point in the future where that may become necessary. We're not right now, but that is an issue.
Right. City Manager Montgomery, is there a way that we can inform the public about budget billing? Because it does bring, the elderly, the customers that we have out there, they're trying to figure out their finances, and of course, if they have an actual budget billing system where they know they're gonna be paying the same amount for the next 11 months or whatever, when that might start, when it starts, just, if there's a way to inform the public of it, and I think that's what I'm trying to get across, to make sure that we offer that, because it would keep people from having to worry about what their next payment might be. Even though, yes, I think on that 12th month, you gotta adjust for, the difference between both. But at least it gives the customer an opportunity to control their finances, or at least, visually control it.
Yes, Counselor, absolutely. There's a couple different things we can do with updates to the website. We can also put printings within our billing, within the billing that goes out. So there's a few things we can do, and we'll make sure we do that.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. No comment. I'll reserve my comments for item number 1. Madam Clerk? Thank you, Mr. Merger.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, our next item is approval of minutes for June 26, 2024.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem,
Madam Casey?
I move that we approve the minutes for June 26th.
Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
First and second?
Okay, Mayor.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. A motion does carry. Moving on to the next item, our presentations with possible direction not to exceed 10 to 15 minutes. Our first presentation is by Amina Sena, District Ranger for the Pecos Las Vegas Ranger District with the Forest Service, speaking on the good work they've been doing and what their plans are with the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon Recovery Environmental Assessment, and would like to hear from the governing body on what they see as the critical needs in the recovery efforts post-fire.
Welcome aboard.
Good evening, honorable city council members, city manager, city clerk. Thank you so much for having me here this evening. I really appreciate it. My intention is to introduce myself and get to know you better, and also relay some of the good work that we've been up to and some of our long-term planning, so that I can ask your opinions and feedback on that through that process. So first of all, my name is Amina Sena. I'm from here. I started off at Little Sapeo Elementary and graduated from Highlands University, a proud alumni. My father's home burned down in the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon. My garage was impacted. So I'm a member of this community. I'm an impacted member from the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon. And now in my new position as District Ranger on the Pecos Las Vegas Ranger District, I have the sacred honor and ability to make good choices for our community moving forward. I would love to have a good relationship where we find solutions cross boundaries. The acequias are full of debris that is coming from up high. Maybe that is Forest Service lands that were burnt, and it comes through the county and it comes through the city. So although we have our own jurisdictional lanes and bureaucracy about those jurisdictions, I hope to kind of blur those lines and find solutions as much as possible. I'm doing things like a new road use agreement with San Miguel County, and trying to find ways to make sure our roads are open, accessible, and that we're addressing our post-fire flooding issues. The recent impacts to the city of Las Vegas were severe, and one of the ways that the Forest Service showed up in a way that we haven't in the past is we talked through with your emergency managers and the Sheriff's Department setting up an incident management team. And this incident management team reported to FEMA, but was under the jurisdiction of the city and under the jurisdiction of the county. This was a creative, new way for the Forest Service to show up and make sure that we're part of the solution. We were able to, with our incident management team and fire crews, fill more than 12,500 sandbags, help distribute those from the county yard, bring it over here to City Hall. We also did some sandbag placing around the state hospital, and some of my favorite work was the debris cleanup around Llano Road, Lopez Street, and down by Montezuma Castle. I was able to tour that recently, and I think we did some valuable work. So here's a example of the way that we can show up for each other and help each other despite jurisdictional boundaries. So I'm really excited about the work that we've done and hoping that we can work on our relationship in the future. So that's kind of who I am and our recent work. Now looking into our long-term planning. The Forest Service has been busy over the last 2 years. Right after the fire, we did the burned area emergency response. My history with the Forest Service, at that time, I was the hydrologist, helping us with that burned area emergency response. Now I've been in this position of district ranger about 1 year. So we've been clearing roads, we've been cutting hazard trees, we've been seeding, aerial seeding applications. We've been doing everything that we can under maintenance categories and the lower level NEPA analysis. Where we're at now is to plan long-term. And so that's going to be our Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon Recovery Environmental Assessment. And the intent of the Forest Service, and this is from myself as well as my boss, Sean Sanchez, the new forest supervisor, we want to know what the community needs are so that before we even have a draft of this EA, we can hear the voice of the community in this EA. And so I want to engage with you a little more frequently and try to understand what are your issues, what are your needs, and how can the long-term environmental assessment that the Forest Service is doing incorporate those needs and address those needs as we move forward, from road work, replacing bridges, to watershed restoration. How is it that we can help with the sediment and debris flows that are coming from up high? And any thoughts that you have on this. We will be engaging with Highlands University forestry faculty. We'll be engaging with the Institute. We'll be engaging with county commissioners. We're going to be engaging in many different groups as possible, including nonprofits like the Hermit's Peak Watershed Alliance, trying to understand the needs of the community so that when we roll out this long-term EA, we've addressed those long-term needs and the voice of the community is heard in that environmental assessment. So nice to meet you all. Looking forward to being here more often and more frequently and getting to understand your issues so that I can help solve them. Thanks.
I just want to thank you, Amina. You presented before the Las Vegas City School Board not long ago, but what you're saying this evening really gives me a lot of hope for the community and for the relationship that we can build with you and the Forest Service. I think I see a lot of potential, and an environmental assessment I think is absolutely necessary, something that we need to ensure that the work that needs to be done gets done for the good of the whole community and beyond. So thank you so much for being here, and I look forward to working with you more closely.
I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. And one little note to add, we are engaging youth in every line of effort that we can, whether it's education in the schools, recruiting interns from Highlands University, and my hope is the full circle with a full-time job if possible. So thank you kindly for your remarks. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. I did see that Lopez Arroyo. I've been living in that area for all my life. I've never seen it pick up so much water in my life. It destroyed almost every resident that was around it. Well, the houses got flooded and all that. You guys are doing a very good job on cleaning up the dirt and everything. Thanks a lot for doing that work in the Forest Service. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you kindly for that feedback. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It was meaningful work and good to see.
Thank you.
I had a question. Are you working with the acequias and cleaning the acequias or anything like that through the city limits?
This incident management team was assisting with that in some way, yes. So the Forest Service, we do have relationships with the Acequia Association and folks, but those jurisdictional lanes are a little different. So when this incident management team reported to FEMA, they were told to do what they needed to do, and they did some work in the Acequias as well, yeah.
Okay. Well, I gotta hand it to you. You're pretty brave to come out here and give us an introduction and a spiel. We've been through a lot the past 2 years, and we still have some hurt feelings, but we'll get over them. And this is a good step forward, and I appreciate trying to work with us in the near future, because prior to all this, there was nobody to be found. And the way I look at it is, we were being kicked out of our own forests, with permits, with fines, and so forth. And now we're kicked out by burning the forest, and it's affected all our fishing and so forth. It's been devastating, and that's come, like, if you were here before, I'm asking people to make sure that they do their claims. Because November 14th is coming around, and this was not our fault. We didn't ask for this, so we need to get compensated some way or another for all the damage. I know that your jurisdiction stops at the fence line, but we appreciate every effort. We put in $400,000 18 years ago to thin out the watershed area. And we should have continued those efforts. And I think you guys all should have been part of that in the last 20 years, to be a part of that. So we welcome you as a fresh start, I would say, as communicating and working together and moving forward.
Thank you very much, Councilman Montoya. I think you said a lot of beautiful words, and I have some hard work to do, and I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and make sure that we do that hard work together. I would like to see us harvesting latias and small diameter wood and stocking up the fuel wood that has burned in this incident. So again, because I'm a member of this community and impacted, and my father has a notice of loss for a total loss, I see it both sides of that curtain. And we do have jurisdictions, but I'd like to blur that as much as possible. We can have agreements with widened authority, we can have MOUs, we can make sure that the funding and the work happens. Roads is a good example. If the county roads are in such bad shape you can't get to your forest, which is yours, I am a public servant. My job is to be here so that these communities have access to the lands that are rightfully yours. And so if we're not working on those roads like it's one prism, then we're not doing ourselves any favors. So those MOUs and figuring out how we can do work on both sides of the fence, under the widened authority, potentially getting youth involved, cleaning the acequias, even though it's on private property, but because we know that the debris and the post-fire material is coming from the Forest Service lands above. Gravity works, and my background as a hydrologist gives me a good eye for this. We've got to find those solutions, and I really appreciate your feedback, and I look forward to the challenge of having a good relationship and providing everything from jobs for the youth, fuel wood that's for free, delivered to people who can't pick it up themselves, to good roads and access to our forests, and also, again, whatever I'm not thinking of. And so that's where I want to hear from you in terms of how is it that this long-term EA is the best tool for this community, and the fuel wood, the latias harvesting, how can we be that support for the community in our planning efforts? So looking forward to it. Thank you.
Yeah, because I tell you, a lot of people were making a living out of selling wood, selling latias, selling rock. You know, that was their lifeline.
Yes.
And so let me ask, what are you guys doing now for prevention of any other fire to occur?
That's a good question. We have had 10 fires this season, and we've put them out. And we're not managing them for resource benefit. We don't have a prescribed fire anytime soon. This long-term recovery EA, we do have to figure that out together. We've seeded these areas, and some of the barley is high and cured out and flammable. So what are we going to do in terms of reburns within the fire scar? If we look at some of our partners, Coconino County with the Coconino National Forest, they had the Schultz fire, the pipeline fire, and the museum fire all within the same fire perimeter. And so this long-term EA is just answering exactly that question. How are we managing these lands? There are some green islands of forests that weren't burnt. We better go in there and make sure that they're not a dog hair thicket that'll burn up hot and heavy. And so again, that's the harvesting of small diameter fuel wood for our communities, latias, potentially biochar. How can we create a product that we then sell and then make sure that the market is here for that selling? And we're helping people like, any of the local contractors. That's another big effort. We've had a lot of local contractor workshops so that when we're rebuilding fences, we're not giving that contract to an outsider from out of state or out of this nation. That has been a big part of my mission. We're going to award those contracts locally and keep that money in this area. There's people that know how to run chainsaws and move dirt on roads. Let's get those folks and bring them into our restoration strategy so we can bring that economy and a restoration strategy here to Las Vegas and Mora and our surrounding communities.
One last question, the ranger station used to be here, stationed in Las Vegas years ago. For whatever reasons, it took off to Pecos. But how many personnel do you have here stationed?
Well, first, a clarification. I do manage 2 offices, one in Las Vegas and one in Pecos. Before my tenure here, the district ranger often sat in Pecos. I've been sitting most of my time here in Las Vegas. We share the office in Las Vegas at 1926 7th Street with Tierra y Montes Soil and Water Conservation District. They're a huge partner with us. Gerald and I are doers, and we're making good work happen with NRCS, FEMA, the DHSEM, and the state, really kind of making sure that all these collaborations and bureaucracy remember the good work we need to do on the ground. And so it's an honor to share an office with Gerald Romero and the Tierra y Montes Soil and Water Conservation District. That building is old. So the fact that you kind of don't know it's there is okay. It's old and dilapidated. The reason I presented in front of the city school board, we're trying to buy the Legion Elementary Park building. We would put one unit as our office and the other would be housing. That housing would allow us to recruit seasonals, firefighters, local youth, get interns. When you're recruiting folks and you're paying them pretty low wages, it's nice to give them some housing options and really get them in the door. So that's some of our vision. I'm really hopeful that we can move forward with that. But until that day happens, I'm at 1926 7th Street here in Las Vegas. I also manage the office in Pecos. So with the post-fire work and 2 offices to manage, our doors are open, and we have about 17 people on staff right now. And that's our biology shop, archaeology, range, and then our fire shop has done a really good job kind of revamping. I have a new assistant fire management officer, I have a new fire management officer, and they have hired up their crews. So the engine shop, the fire shop alone, they've got an additional 10 people or so of support.
And how many here in Las Vegas?
The amount of people that sit here is about 9. that sit here in Las Vegas. The rest sit over in Pecos. And most of our fire staff are stationed out of Pecos because we don't have a good engine bay here in Las Vegas. Another reason to get Legion Park Elementary, do a little renovation, have an engine bay, a shower for our firefighters after a long haul out there and long hours. So we have some dreams with Legion Park Elementary, but until then, we are open and we are here in Las Vegas as well as Pecos.
Thank you for your service, and next time you have a prescribed burn, please give us a call, let us know, give us a heads up.
I will do so, for sure. Thank you.
Yes.
I just have one question. A couple of months back, I did take a ride up to Johnson Mesa, and that burn scar is so large, back in there not a lot of people actually even go back there, hardly anymore. But the big question I have is guardrail. In a lot of those areas, you didn't need it before because there was trees on both sides of the roadway to get up there. And what I notice is you're even afraid to drive on that road anymore, because if you veer off the road for any reason, there's a never-ending downhill that you're gonna land up with. So I think guardrail is just something that's gonna be needed moving forward, especially if the Forest Service has or offers any kind of firewood to the public, the public coming from our community or surrounding area, so that they can be out there to, either collect wood or cut wood or whatever they need to do to bring it in. I just look at the safety factor in it, and there's just so much open road with no guardrail. And it's just amazing that it's such a huge burn scar as well. But, that's something we don't get to see every day. And I know that, you're involved with that every day, and we don't get to see it. But if you were to take a drive out there, you've got to be careful. So I just wanted to stress, guardrail is something that I think is very well needed for that area. And of course, I'm talking out of town, and I'm not talking within the city limits, but our community does use that forest, and I'd like to make sure that they're safe.
Thank you, Councilman Martinez. I really appreciate that comment, and I'll take it back to my staff. And those are the exact kind of comments that I'd love in terms of this long-term EA. And that's a site-specific thing that we can roll into our proposed action and make happen. So you'll be hearing more from us in terms of this long-term planning. I'm working with our PIOs, et cetera, to make sure that we have some talking points, let you know what we're up to and what kind of feedback we're asking. So I will be back for more of that comment. But before I close, I would like to talk a little bit about our Fieldwood program, because we're doing some awesome things there. First of all, we're trying to make wood available in 3 different flavors. One, you can go by our offices in Pecos or Las Vegas and pick up a free Fieldwood permit. They used to be $20. We've waived that fee in light of the incident and the circumstances around it. We've waived that fee. All you have to do is come by with a license, and we'll give you that permit, and you can go get your cords of wood. You get all those cords and you want more, come on back. We'll give you another permit. So that's a free permit that's available for folks that have a chainsaw and a 4-wheel drive truck that can get to where they need to go. We're also working on an agreement right now with Neighbors Helping Neighbors to help them with their distribution of wood, so that the grandmas and grandpas that can't quite get up the road and go harvest it themselves, that they're able to get that delivered. A third flavor of wood that we're working on and is more available in Mora right now is we're going to be staging wood at county areas so that folks can show up in whatever kind of vehicle and they will pick up processed wood, chopped, ready to go. So those are some of the ways that we're trying to make sure we're servicing the community in a way that maybe we haven't in the past. And then roads are another one that is close to me, making sure that the roads are open, drained well, and that the post-fire flooding impacts are mitigated, and that road is opened back up. For example, the last rain event closed down Forest Service Road 18, the way to get up to Johnson Mesa through Mineral Hill. We right now have engineers tearing out the culverts, turning it into a low water crossing so we can have that road open again for our communities. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem, next presentation is by Travis Martinez, Interim Utilities Director on the Diversion Sediment Removal Project. The project is being conducted by Tierras y Montes and the National Resource Conservation Service. We also have Mr. Gerald Romero with Tierras y Montes.
Gentlemen, welcome.
Mr. Montoya, Council, Tim, Cassandra. Just coming forward and bringing a status update of the diversion sediment removal that has been funded through the Tierra y Montes. This is gonna be phase 2 of the project. Everybody knows phase 1 was done through the skating pond.
Yes, sir.
Just a little background on some information of this project. During the Hermes Peak Calf Canyon fire, the Army Corps of Engineers installed 3 gabion and debris net structures across the Gallinas River in an effort to prevent the drinking water diversion intake for the city. The gabions are operating as designed and catch large amounts of sediment and debris before it reaches the city of Las Vegas. In October of 2022, under the declared emergency, the AOCE came and removed large amounts of ash sediment from the gabions. The void space was quickly filled with more ash sediment from the burn scar. The Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire is no longer declared an emergency. However, the threat to city infrastructure is still considered critical. The area of the division is full of ash, sediment, debris, and the city needs to remove it. The Tierra y Montes is proposing to use essentially the same methods as the ACOE in 2002. Large excavators will scoop the sediment out of the river onto the riverbanks. Front-end loaders will then pick up materials, place it into a dump truck, haulage, stockpile, and will be removed for final removal. Sorry, I didn't have a computer, so it would have been a lot easier. As of April 9th, the City of Las Vegas, NRCS, National Resource Conservation Service, and Tierra y Montes have been meeting to get the project completed. This project is very difficult due to the location. The diversion is the entry point for the City of Las Vegas to divert water to Brander, Peterson, and Story Lake. The City of Las Vegas, Tierra y Montes, and NRCS, and the Office of the State Engineer, which contends with the City Water Master, we have met and we have agreed in person that the scope of work for this project is to maintain the flow of water as well as provide adequate water to the City of Las Vegas during construction. The City of Las Vegas, it is the City of Las Vegas' responsibility to remove and replace the geobrug netting so that the contractor can move in and out to remove the debris from the diversion, which we already have a contractor on contract to remove the geobrug. Due to the Hermes Peak Calf Canyon fire, heavy rains may trigger landslides or debris flows without warning. Debris flows and landslides have been potential to leave significant damage in their wake. The geobrug systems are to protect infrastructure and people against natural hazards of this kind. The Utilities Division has contracted with the contractor for the removal and an installation of the geobrug netting when notice to proceed has been given to Tierra y Montes to move on the project. The Utilities Division, along with the OSC, Tierra y Montes, and NRCS are working together for the removal of the sediment in the division area. The entities are working to include the cleanup of the gabions, which this project has been estimated to start in late of August 2024. The reasons for the change of schedule is due to the irrigation season as well as the monsoon season. The next meeting between entities will be now in mid-July 2024 for the next course of action and updates. It's a very critical project that the city needs careful planning with clear execution. And as Gerald here is from Tierra y Montes, it is their funding. They are working with us to develop the scope of work because it is an important part for the city of Las Vegas. I stand for any questions, and Mr. Gerald here can answer any questions on the funding part as well as contracting and everything else.
Council? Mr. Council Mayor.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you for all the work you've done for the city, and I know you've been working very hard, very hard, days and nights, and thank you for the Tierras y Montes helping the city do all this work, cleaning out the arroyos, cleaning everything that they're doing. Thank you a lot. Thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem. Travis, on the sediment removal that you talked about, I mean, the fire happened a couple of years ago. How many times do we have to continue to do a sediment removal moving forward? Is that not a good question? I'm sorry.
No, that's good. It's hard to determine that, especially if we start getting a lot of rains like we have been.
Right, then it just creates,
If we get a
sediment.
dry summer, once, twice maybe, we get a couple good rains like how we have been, it's gonna be once, twice, 3 times a month, depending.
Right, no, and the reason why I say that or ask that question is because, everybody that, talks about wildfires and burns cars and so forth, their expected time frame, I guess, would be like a 10-year time frame. And then, we talked about gavions before, and I didn't know what any of that stuff was. And you took the liberty to show me a lot of that infrastructure out there, and I do appreciate it. I think that you also mentioned those gavions, they basically, they have a life expectancy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And, what happens in 5 years from now, or, 3 years from now? How do we address at that point? How do we move forward with similar to the same problems that we've had this year with flooding?
Just to give you a quick update with that, now that we have Deborah on contract, that has been something I've been talking with her, because I would like to get something engineered out. These were put in just for emergency purposes
Right, yeah.
only. I would like to get it engineered out because there are certain distances between each gabion that you actually need, and something more permanent. Like I said, we are meeting with Deborah, the consultant, to figure out a way how we can get something more
Implement that
permanent.
moving forward, okay.
Yes, sir, that's moving
And I know
forward.
those are, there's no real time frame on stuff like that. I mean, sediment removal could be for 10 years, we don't know that.
Yes, sir.
So I know it's a big cost, not only to Terras y Montes, but, even to the city of Las Vegas to be, 9 years down the road maybe, or 8 years down the road, and then we have to get back in and remove sediment. And, of course, all that is money that needs to continue to flow into that, for future, hopefully we can get that, restored back to some kind of, natural thing down the road. But, I know that we've got quite a bit to do yet, so I just had that.
Councilmember Martinez. So I just want to point out that the funding that's being utilized to do this clean out is the Emergency Watershed Protection Program that's funded by NRCS. That money is not from the claims office, as a lot of people have alluded to. It's a separate pot of money that's actually delved out by national headquarters at NRCS. So we, through EWP, are committed to a one-time clean out. So the one-time exists on the skating pond, the diversion, and we're this close to getting the gabions put in as being able to be cleaned out in conjunction with a diversion. Because it's our take that if we don't do all of those together, we may go ahead and clean the diversion, gabions fail, and all of a sudden all that sediment's put into the diversion that we just cleaned. And just to give you a scope on what it entails, the skating pond was over $1 million just to clean out. Diversion's gonna be probably another $1 million. And through emergency watershed protection, we have some additional practices that we're gonna be implementing around Peterson and Bradner in the event we get other heavy flood events. So we're gonna be spending several $1 million on city property to help you folks get through this post-fire recovery. The other part to that is that in coordinating with the Forest Service and other people, addressing the watershed issues up high that leads to that sedimentation problem down low is the direction we need to go to for the long term. And the city is definitely asked to be part of that process, because we know your biggest concern is gonna be the drinking water supply for the long term, right? And what we can do to support that. So those are the efforts that the district has taken on. We have a long-standing history of working with the city, probably 30, 40 years. We've done a lot of projects along the Gallinas River. We did a thinning project around Peterson Reservoir back in the early 2010 or so. So we have a long-standing history of working with you folks, and we are definitely committed to stay here for the long term as well.
Well, again, thank you for your partnership in it, and, you know, along with the Forest Service and all the entities that need to come together to make sure that we have that quality of life of drinking water moving forward. You know, we all live in this community and we share the same resources, so we just need to make sure that we are on the right path. And I appreciate your efforts, okay?
Mr. Casey?
Thank you. Can either one of you explain to me, I have the nice little handouts that you gave us, but how exactly do the geobrug netting, how does that work? Because it looks like it hangs up high and then it comes down to the water. Does it go below the water? What does it catch, and how does it catch it if it's so far up?
They're anchored into the bedrock on all four sides. And of course, they have their rings where the net screens across. So it gets into the river and it stays across. So that way, depending on the flow of volume of the river and all the stuff that goes into that netting, that's what holds it all back. So that's why the netting is at the bottom of the river and you see it so tall, is because when the river is coming at 6 feet, 7 feet, 8 feet, it's high enough to stop all of the trees and debris and everything that's flowing down the river.
What is the netting made of? Because I've seen trees, regular sized trees floating down the river.
It's pretty amazing because the way that they get the metal and they twist it into strands. When they were up here last time and they were actually installing them, if you look at them, they're diamonds. And they said for each diamond, it can hold up to a 1,500 GMC truck. That's how much weight that each diamond can. And you have hundreds of strands, you know, that's on that.
So how big is each?
They're about maybe
If I look at the picture, it looks like chicken
about
wire.
a foot, about 10 inches each one.
It's a little bigger than chain link, but it's kind of like a chain link construction.
Yeah.
And then it's got some coils that actually capture the impact, so it's able to stretch out and absorb that impact and not collapse.
And how many of those netting systems do we have? Just one?
3. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they're along the river or?
One's in the river and 2 of them are on the outside from the other arroyos that come in that stop the trees and the rocks and everything from getting into the river.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
I'm gonna have to go up and look at it.
Yes, ma'am. We'll go for a trip like how we did last time.
You know, the city, you're gonna have to remove those in order to clean behind them, right?
Yes, sir. And that's part of the complexities that Travis talked about, and this has been an issue since fall of last year, is that, you know, it is considered city property at this point in time. And, you know, none of the partners that are involved with the EWP were comfortable assuming the liability if we removed that or had a contractor do that. So we've solved that problem now, but it does need to be removed. And the other part is that we don't want to jeopardize contractor safety by putting contractors in that canyon during monsoon season. So that's why we have a later time frame for this project. Probably, ideally, is going to start in September, October when we have the lowest flow. But, you know, that geobrug netting will need to be taken down and left down. So if we were to do that during monsoon season, you've lost that protection mechanism that you have for the diversion itself. So there's been a lot of calculated decisions we've made along the way. We made those in conjunction with Travis and Maria and Leo, Tim, as we worked with them in the past. Just keeping everybody up to date on what our project expectations are and the proposals we have for the city, right? Definitely permissions are secured before we install anything on city property, and those run through the staff that you have now.
Yeah, and I also thank you for all the partnering that's going on. I know the Corps of Engineers, the ones that installed that, and it was, I think they worked like probably 2 weeks straight, right, just trying to install them because of emergency on it. But, and I know they were gone, and I know they paid for the one-time cleaning.
Right.
And then now you're paying for the second time cleaning.
Right.
And, my question, Mr. City Manager, is we got to keep in mind that there'll be a third and there'll be a fourth time. It's not going to stop there. So the salsa group, need to work on that end of it.
My recommendation for that, if I may,
Yes.
would be that you work closely with FEMA PA. And I know there was talks with previous management that there was some negotiations with FEMA for a 10-year cleanout, maybe once a year. You may want to look into that as a possibility. So if we can get this done for you now in the short term, and there's some type of 10-year arrangement with FEMA PA that can reimburse you for that cleaning, then you guys have a 10-year plan for the cleaning, right? And if you do install some permanent infrastructure, that'll ensure that you're able to keep that clean and functional year to year. So that would be the recommendation from us, is to seek that 10-year commitment from FEMA.
And just for information purposes, we do have teams up there that are testing and they're checking to see how every storm reacts in different areas of the watershed and what the implications are and what they will be 10 years from now and so forth. So that's a study that needs to be held in order for us to be able to give direction as to what kind of a plant we need up there in the near future, or how expensive or how big or how many employees will be working in it and so forth. But and to clarify, another thing is the 14 million that we got from House Bill 6, that one is to clean debris also, and we'll be using that one to clean debris between Mills Avenue and Grant Avenue, right? Yeah. Part of the jobs that we're doing with that monies. So there are different buckets of monies that we're tapping into that are going to cover the silt remover. One question I did have, and the last question is, the silt that was removed is still there, and you guys are going to remove more silt and put it there. Where is it going to land up after all? Or
So
are we going to
technically-
incur that cost?
No, we're actually going to remove the silt. It'll be staged for 2 days for a drying period, so we're not paying so much on water weight. After that, it'll be trucked entirely out of city facilities. We do have the staging area out there by where the old ice house was situated, but the material will sit there for 2 days, then it'll be trucked off, and it'll be at a disposal site out of the county.
And I'm sorry, but, I've gotten quite a few phone calls, local contractors that want part of that pie.
Right.
You spent $1 million the last time. I don't know how much this one's gonna cost. They want a part of the action. How do they go about that?
So we will actually be announcing next week another event where DFA will be hiring they're gonna put out a statewide pricing agreement and through General Services Division, and that's gonna be a statewide pricing agreement that can be utilized by any entity of the state of New Mexico, including the city. And it's to receive bids for common construction related to post-fire recovery. So we're gonna be putting out probably on August 1st, I'll get you guys the information, but we're going to be inviting local contractors to be able to make bids based on that statewide pricing agreement so they can be part of the process as well. And I just want to assure you folks, the contractors we have on board that have been doing most of the DWP work have been from Las Vegas, Apeo, Santa Fe. The Aseca contractor is out of Detroit, Michigan, but has subbed with all local subcontractors. So we have hired nothing but local subcontractors to do EWP work. And at this point, we've put about $180 million worth of work on the ground in both Mora and San Miguel counties. And it's achievement I'm really proud about and to have been a part of, but we're committed to do even more, so.
We appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And just to let you guys know, on the GeoBrug, I'm actually in contact with the company GeoBrug, so that way we can obtain some parts for the future, so that way we can maintenance it ourselves. And as we take it down, we'll be able to install some new parts to it. And like you said, now that it's become part of the cities, it's become part of our system, so we do have to do upkeep and maintenance on it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, our next presentation is also by Mr. Martinez, and he's presenting on the Lead and Copper Act and a status update.
Martinez.
Mr. Montoya, Council, Chief, Tim, Cass. I bring to you guys an update for the lead and copper service line inventory that is being done nationwide, and it's being done by the EPA. City of Las Vegas has to follow suit, as well as every other municipality in the nation. What is the lead and copper service inventory? The lead and copper service line inventory is a rule set by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, which we know as EPA. The goal of this rule is to improve protection to our communities to lead exposure in our drinking water. How does lead and copper enter drinking water systems and how does it affect us? Lead enters the drinking water primarily through plumbing materials. Exposure to lead and copper may cause health problems ranging from stomach distress, and it can interfere with the formation of blood. What is the City of Las Vegas plan? The City of Las Vegas has been establishing a lead service line inventory. The inventory is to identify the materials of service lines connected to public water distribution systems and private lines up to the structure, home, and building. The Utilities Division has obtained documentation from Water Distribution and the County Assessor's Office from which residents were established. These documents are anywhere from 1890s to present. Currently, Las Vegas is about 12% complete compiling the data and roughly 40% complete entirely with the project. I did meet with the company that we have working on this inventory, and they called me today and I talked with them, and we will have our inventory by August on the deadlines, which I'll read here in the future. Replacement plans. The EPA Lead and Copper Act includes development of lead and copper line replacement plan. All water systems containing lead, galvanized copper requiring replacement must have a replacement plan by the year 2027. The City of Las Vegas replacement plan will be based on our lead and copper service line inventory. Our deadlines that are set by EPA, and it's hard to tell you guys right now what the deadlines really are because it seems like EPA has different regulations and rules that are coming out every month, every week, and they're always different. So that's why I brought this to you guys, so that way I will keep you informed as the process keeps continuing, because this is gonna be a project that's actually starting as of August, and it's gonna go all the way to 2037. So our deadlines the EPA has set out right now is on October 16, 2024, the City of Las Vegas will have to have our service line inventory complete. November 15, 2024, the City of Las Vegas will have to inform all customers that have been identified for lead or copper materials by notice of mail. 2024 to 2027, EPA will allow all water systems 3 years to identify all unknown services. Unknown services means that those are the service lines that we cannot identify through this that we have right now with just documentation and everything. What we'd have to do for those unknown services within those 3 years is we'd have to go identify, meaning we'd have to dig them up and verify if they're basically copper that's, I think, pre-1987, and that goes for customer side and city side as well. From 2024 to 2027, the city is going to have to develop a lead line replacement plan, which we're already in the works. We've already got started on what we're going to do with unknown services. We're putting a plan of action together with distribution, and we are working towards the replacement plan. Of course, we still have time for that, but it's always better to plan early. And anywhere from 2027 to 2037, we have to enact this replacement plan. Now, as this Lead and Copper Act moves forward, there has been different talks with EPA on how is the city going to do it, how are distributions, how is it going to impact customers, because customers are also going to have to update their service lines, meaning all of us. I do know that they were talking about that there is going to be SRF funding. That's what EPA says anyways. They state. I cannot sit here and tell you how that's going to happen, but I do believe that they're going to have the municipalities of the water distribution systems help the customers with their funding, as well as I know it's going to get into a lot of other, I guess you could say, attorney verbiage, because, you know, that's also private property that we also have to deal with. And like I said, as the rules and regulations start coming out and EPA starts letting us know what's going on, I'll be able to inform you guys as this project continues. But as of right now, that's how it stands. I stand for any questions.
I was, we have a lot of older
practically every neighborhood in Las Vegas is old.
Yes, ma'am.
So, do you have any kind of a mapping overlay that shows certain sections of town that may have lead pipes or copper pipes or anything like that? Or
So-
are you gonna have to just dig up everything and?
No, ma'am. As a matter of fact, right now, me and one of the project manager have actually been working on our lead and our service line. So once we get that service line, we'll be able to determine the addresses. So the way that the city has been broken down into billing is the same way that we want to tackle this project, because there are 19 cycles throughout the town. With each cycle being broken down, we'll be able to determine the mapping, and we'll be able to determine each address as we go along, so that way we don't misconstrue ourselves and getting this one done and then getting this one done. We'll actually have the list broken down by customer service already and how they bill. We'll be able to determine each and every single water service. We'll be able to tell, okay, well, we need to check this one, this one. Once we're done with cycle 1, we can move to cycle 2, cycle 3, cycle 4, and that'll be our layout as you're questioning about mapping, yes.
And so the lead pipes will be replaced by what kind of piping?
Just updated material.
And what does that mean?
So right now we have, there is copper, there is PVC, there is poly, there's all that stuff for water. It's just anything that I believe was pre-1987 that still had, that was made with lead and all of that, that's the one that needs to be replaced. So it's just with updated materials.
So homeowners would have to foot the bill for whatever part they have in their property?
And that's why I said, EPA says that there's gonna be funding for customers. And then that's where the city of Las Vegas, I believe we're gonna have to start working with plumbers. So that way they can actually do the private side, because the city of Las Vegas, according to our ordinance, we're only liable up to the meter. But due to the fact that we're the supplier, we have to verify that they are also up to date. So I believe we're gonna have to start working with plumbers on that private sector for the, past the meter.
Thank you.
Mayor
Thank
Pro
you,
Tem.
Mr.
Councilor Martinez.
Thank you. Travis, on the service lines that are available through the city or throughout the city, is that gonna tear up our infrastructure? In other words, streets, that kind of stuff? I suppose it is, to some degree. Probably some places more impacted than others. In other words, like say Legion, let's take Legion Drive. We're working on Legion Drive right now and getting it completed, hopefully soon. Do we have that there? You know what I mean? I'm just throwing that question out there. And how will it impact a resurface of a highway, a street, anything like that, a roadway? If we've got to go back in and we've got to do this by, the dates that the EPA is requiring. So without having to tear up so much of our community, I mean, there's got to be a plan. And I know you're talking about the 19, zones and all this stuff that you were talking about, but
So right now, what I have water distribution doing is I already have them. According to our lead and copper, we've already identified a lot of areas that have been upgraded, and a lot of areas that haven't been. We're actually moving on them right now. It's hard to deal with it right now, of course, past with this flood and stuff, because we do have to flush, we do have to do our back tees, we have to do a lot of stuff in order to update these new lines. But right now, for what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out where the lines are, what needs to be updated, get them taken care of. And we're also trying to plan to see and working with the different directors on their projects, trying to tackle
right, okay,
that
some
stuff.
of that infrastructure.
Yes, the infrastructure
Okay.
before they start their projects. And we've already got started on some of it. Like I said, once we get the lead and the inventories done, we'll be able to identify a lot.
Okay.
And I know water distribution already has, we have actually a lot of that already taken care of, because we started working on that since a long time ago. So there's very few areas that haven't been identified, which we're gonna be going out, vacuuming, verifying, stuff like that. So that way, you know, we don't be tearing up our future roads that we're gonna have or anything like that,
Right,
so.
okay. No, and I understand. I mean, it's.
We took that
it's-
into consideration
it's
already.
It's a working document. It really, I mean, you don't know what you're gonna tackle until you might have already tackled it.
Yes, sir.
So I mean, it's definitely a for sure thing, but yeah, moving forward, I guess making sure that communication is with the directors, that you need to, you know, with Arnold's group and making sure that some of those projects are work ready, ready to go, you know, so that we don't have to tackle that job maybe twice and, you know, hopefully not. So,
Like I said, we'll be getting our inventory list now in October. So once we get that list back, we're gonna have a lot of identified places that we can go in and do. And like I said, we are trying to stay one step ahead of all these projects that are coming out. So that's gonna be the one step forward for the city as far as updating our inventory list.
well, like if you didn't have nothing else to do, no?
Yes, sir.
I know, you got a lot going on, so thank you.
Councilman Udibari. Thank you. Travis, I know that our city, almost every resident here in town have galvanized piping and all that. Have you guys taken a look at the PICS part of it, the lines inside going from the city to the residents?
So as far as EPA requires it right now, it's gonna be from the meter to the base of the house.
Okay.
That's the rule right now. I mean, that rule could change if the state gets involved and they say, well, since we're already upgrading their service line, they might as well do the I can't tell you anything like that. But as far as EPA states, it's from the meter to the base of the house.
Do we have a plan, like every time we fix a road and we pave it or something, do you guys have a plan on replacing those lines right away? Or like what Councilman Martinez was saying, like say Legion Drive, you know, we're gonna have to tear up that street again or sometimes?
As for me being in project management, before we would always send out to the utilities or to all the divisions that this is the project that we're gonna have, and if there was anything for upgrading, now is the time to go because we're planning and design, and which we have been doing that for, I'd say 5-6 years. We do have that plan that you're talking about, to where, yes, we ask all the divisions if they have anything or any utility in that certain section of construction to upgrade it before the project starts.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinez, thank you for your transparency. I think Mayor and Council haven't heard a lot about utilities in detail for some time. I do have one question though. The impact by the fire in our water lines, is there any indications or are you testing sewer lines or at the plant or anything like that? To see if there's any lead or any kind of chemicals or anything like that due to the fire that's affecting any of our systems, in the water system?
At the wastewater plant, we don't test for anything like that, no, sir. They test for E. coli, nitrates, other stuff like that, that is harmful as far as wastewater goes, but no.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Excellent presentations, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, our next presentation is by Tasha Martinez, and I'm not sure if Reina Fernandez is here. So just Tasha Martinez, and she is with Main Street giving their fourth quarter report on contract 4002-23.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and everyone. Thank you for allowing me to present. Reina wants to pass on her apologies. I'm not sure if you know, she's a Realtor, and this is a very busy time for her, and we want her selling as many vacant houses as she can. So she's out showing a home this evening, so she apologizes she's unable to be my right hand. So I know there's a presentation, but I think you guys have it in your packet. If you want to just follow, yeah, we can go through in case you don't want to put the slides up, which is fine by me. So this is the fourth quarter report for Main Street. So the first slide is going to be the discussing that we had 5 building exterior improvements that totaled $317,000. 2 new businesses opened on Bridge Street. We have Kickstart Cafe and then the skate party venue, which is in, I think, the Maloof building. Is that what that, that's right there on Bridge Street as well. And then we also had 3 buildings that were purchased that came to a total of $400,000. So we're still seeing things happen in our districts that we're really excited about. And then for the Great Blocks, I know that Michael was working with community development and the city manager as far as meetings, so we could get back on track with our Great Blocks and the Railroad District transformation strategy. And then we also, Main Street did receive a $5,000 grant from New Mexico Resiliency Alliance. And this will be part of his public art that will be on display in that area that's just going to be for part of the Great Blocks. We've also, as requested as part of our city contract, we've had 3 service contract agreements. So the first was with Will Powell. He's a fantastic presenter who loves Las Vegas and historic preservation. And he was working with Tito's, the galleries with Mary and Tito Chavez on renovating issues in December 2023. We also had Amy Bell present twice. The first one was for a Great Blocks project in March. And then the second one was with Climate and Resiliency Plan. It was a community forum with the state that was held early June. Another part of one of our projects is the murals. So artist Angela Marone, you guys have been, if you've been driving by, I know, Councilor, you've been seeing, Perea, you've been seeing this starting to go up, but artist Angela Marone was picked for the 3rd mural project in her Councilor Casey's district. And it's on the side of Lowe's. You'll see it as you go down 6th and you're getting closer. So she's been starting working on that. She's actually been working pretty quickly. And we're hoping to have that done relatively quick. We're probably going to give her another month to complete that. And then the final mural will be located on the side of the Mayor building, which is right off the plaza that's been renovated on the plaza and hopefully completed by the end of this year. Now, Paula Lopez mural was going to be installed behind the caboose on South Grand in July. I'm not sure on the details, so I apologize. As far as being president, I've been available, but I started a new position at the state, so I've been busy back to commuting to Santa Fe, and some of the details may not have to be able to answer for you on those. But I know we are planning to have an event and an unveiling, but I'm not sure what those details are, so we can have for the caboose mural. And we've also had trash pickups. We had one on Earth Day. That was the final weekend that we had on April 12th, and that was to kind of take care of the Douglas district, because we want to try and make sure that we're representing and we're providing services in all of our districts. And Douglas Avenue does fall on one of our districts. The Facade Squad. This is a grant that we didn't get funding for, so we were unable to perform that. But Raina and I have been working on identifying who we need to contact so we can get that funding, so we can get the Facade Squad ready for the 419 Railroad Avenue building, which is where we will be completing that Facade Squad. So the building was selected, and we're hoping we'll have a new executive director for Main Street in place by then. Which leads me to Michael Paranto retired at the end of June. So we've been actively searching for a new executive director. We'll be establishing or scheduling some interviews this next week. And hopefully we'll have someone at the end of July or at the beginning of August so we can present to council and introduce. And they can come in with new ideas and opportunities to move us forward. They'll also be working with us, Raina and I, as soon as possible on developing the next contract for the city on how we can better provide services, opportunities for our stakeholders and shareholders. And then we'll make sure to invite you also to our new location. We're at the Melton Real Estate Building, which is right on the corner. It's a great place. We can't wait till we can get some signage so we can invite and have some pop-up open house so we can introduce a new executive director, as well as just make sure that the citizens of Las Vegas know where we're located at. That is my short and brief presentation, and I'm available to stand for questions.
So, anybody Tasha, on the final mural, I don't see anything here that's gonna show what kind of mural you're gonna put on.
I don't think we received any applications for that, and that's why we don't have any designs. So when we received the designs from Angela Maron, she was the only one that presented that I believe was that we had any designs for. I don't know if it was because we didn't have a location exactly, or if we didn't have any applicants for that building. Because if you look, when we saw Artist Maron's first draft of what her mural was going to look like, it was squarer and not as rectangular. So she's kind of had to build that out. I think because we didn't have a building identified, we didn't know what size we were going to be working with and what size that the owners were going to provide to us to. So I do know that one of the directions for the new executive director will be to get applications back out so we can look for new designs, and that way we can submit so we can see which designs will best be suited for that side of the building.
Yeah, it would be nice to give us some kind of a picture or something on the mural you're gonna put in.
Yeah.
You know, and that way we could more take a look at it, because it did take a little while to find a place on my ward to put a mural. You know, I think we've been working on this for the past 2 or 3 years, and
It takes a little while. It's not
it
as
just
easy
takes a
as,
while,
so
anyway, if we could
if it
get
was
a picture of
graffiti,
what-
it would be easier, but, actually getting somebody to do
Yeah,
it legally,
yeah.
it takes a little while to get
Because
those.
I'm always looking at my ward's right on the old part of town, and it's real historical and this and that. And so I was kind of looking at, see what kind of mural you're gonna put in there, so we can look at it, we could show it to the city manager and bring it to a council or
course.
whatever.
We're hoping with the executive director, like I've mentioned, will, they'll be communicating more on our behalf and be available, and there'll be some more open communication so we can make sure that you guys are aware of how we're moving forward.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, of course.
Also Martinez.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Hi, Tasha. Thank you for presenting to the city, of course, and, I'm new to a lot of this because I just got appointed in February, but the other murals that you have within the city, because there's definitely some, right? Where are they at?
Let me call Michael really quick because he can answer this. Okay, so from what I understand, there's supposed to be one in each one of the districts.
Each ward, okay.
Each ward, yes, in each one of the wards.
Okay.
And so, Mayor
Harold
Romero's
Dukes
was
Fire
very
Station.
difficult.
Harold Leduc's Fire Station on Legion.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that
Yes.
one, yes,
Uh-huh.
okay.
That's
So
the first one.
That was the first one, then the
I did
second
see
one
that one,
was
yes.
Mayor Romero's district, which is the caboose that Paola, she was working indoors, and that one exceeded some time. So that one was actually being created on panels in a Bridge Street building that was being lent to us to use, because it wasn't going to be painted on, because the caboose it wasn't the best type of surface for a mural to be painted onto, so it's going to be installed in, I think, 2 to 3 different panels that will be there. Then the next one, as we've mentioned, is going to be on the Lowe's, which is on 6th Street, right there it's more like people don't park there. Maybe they won't park there now because there'll be a beautiful mural in front of it, but it'll be there. And then the last one will be on the Mayor, which is off of the plaza. It's just to the right across from El Encanto restaurant. You'll see it there. So as you
Okay.
drive on Gonzalez.
Okay, I guess, I wasn't familiar with a lot of it, and I did take over, Mayor Romero's ward, so, moving forward, is this gonna continue to happen annually, or?
That, I'm not
That's-
sure.
That's probably between city and,
Yeah, if we
okay.
decide to do that. I know the previous mayor was really interested in turning this in to have a lot more murals in the community, and it poses some challenges to find locations, to find buildings, as well as getting artists that are interested and that have acceptable pieces to present to those councilors in those wards. So there's a few steps. We've made some missteps on that, on how we could have made this easier. And, it's my goal and the goal of the board of Main Street de Las Vegas that the new executive director can maybe identify an easier way that we can move forward on this.
Okay,
because it's a
thank
great
you.
project.
Thank you for your cooperation on that and presenting tonight, okay?
Of course, thank you so much, and congratulations, and I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Or I'm good, I think I'm good.
I had a question on the Great Blocks project. Have you met with the city manager at all, or anybody?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, that kind of, my
Has it-
ADHD caught
On
me
the
off
Great
guard.
Blocks project?
Yes, sir.
Has anybody met with the city manager?
No, so there was just recently a meeting that we weren't, I wasn't available, so Raina and myself will be attending these meetings moving forward until we have someone in place. I've spoken with Tim earlier, and he has our contact information, so that way we can make sure we were part of those presentations and in discussions.
Okay, and on the mural on Lowe's, are you gonna have to, for safety reasons, close down the street or anything like that?
No, I believe they put some scaffolding up, and they've maintained that. Not that I'm aware of, have we
Okay.
had to worry about that, but I believe they have been putting out cones and scaffolding when they are working and they have a vehicle that's like parked there.
Councilman Martinez, for information purposes, they had gotten a grant and they were supposed to do four murals. And the council, one in each ward, and they were supposed to have been done, completed a year and a half ago, but they're still working on them. That's part of the scope of the
I
work.
did hear a little bit about it, I just wasn't informed completely, but I do thank you for your information.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Casey?
The mural at Lowe's is coming along really well, and every day I'm surprised because I drive through there all the time. And I think it was like sometime last week, they just had like a sunburst and Hermit's Peak. And then this morning I went to buy groceries, and when I was driving home, I thought, oh, they already, it says Vegas on there, so I know.
I'm wondering if she goes by at night, because I've wondered the same thing. I go by every evening, and yeah, they're really moving along quickly, and we appreciate that. It really depends on the surface of the building. The firehouse, that was more of a porous situation, so then it had to be stuccoed so we could create those. So we apologize for the delay in timeline, but it isn't our intention to delay any of those services, but to finish these and complete these as soon as possible.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the one there and I was looking for it on my phone because Michael had sent me a picture of it and I loved it, absolutely loved it. So I think it's going to be a very nice.
It's very representative, it's colorful. I hope we are able to do this, but I know we'll be able to streamline the process and give better deadlines on how long this takes and learn from our mistakes.
I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
One last request is, your contract comes up in August of this year.
Correct.
So I would encourage you to have someone meet with the city manager prior to that contract so that he can inform mayor and council before it comes to us.
Raina and I are working on that currently. We were trying to hold off to see if we could have the new executive director be part of those discussions. So if we aren't able to find someone in that time, Raina and I will be presenting and meeting with the city manager so we can move that forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I ask just one last thing?
Madam
You
Casey?
said you were going to be doing interviews. How many applicants did you get, and are they from Las Vegas or out of?
We have 3 from the area. So we submitted the application to the Santa Fe Community Foundation. We tried posting where it was available and free. So we've got some feedback from the Community Foundation. Then we have 2 that are in the area. So within 50 miles of Las Vegas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
Madam Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem, our last presentation is by Arturo Padilla, our Parks and Rec Director, giving an update on all city parks, including plans for the near future.
Welcome, Mr. Padilla.
Good evening, Council. Arturo Padilla, Mr. Sean Saiz Gomez. He's the supervisor for the Parks Department. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
So, they asked me to do a little presentation on the parks and progress and stuff going on in the park. So, of course, this is Lincoln. On the staff right now is Sean, as supervisor, Esteban Gonzalez, Carlos Pino, and Vince Robinson back there, and Reyes Martinez. So that's the full staff. The parks that we service are Plaza Park, Lincoln Park, Carnegie Park, Veterans Park, El Creston Circle Park, Hannah Park, the Caboose, Rodriguez Park, James Marujo Park, Keys Park, Lion Park, Memorial Park, Pajarito Park, South Pacific Park, Truder Park, Harris Pond, Commerce Soccer Field, Richard Padilla Soccer Field, Bridge Street, Breezeway, the Gainas River Walk, Montezuma Skating Pond, Litherland Park, and Nelson Park. I just took a few pictures of the parks. This was probably pre-flood, so the grass is a lot greener and fuller now. But this is right before the flood. The grass was doing really, really well. Now it's kind of exceptional. It's having to be cut a lot more often now. Lincoln Park, of course, as Councilman Martinez will say that once we cut this park, it looks like turf. It's beautiful. Park's thick, full. It's a very beautiful park. Carnegie, same thing. You know, we have gone by in the last several weeks and tilled. We bought a smaller tiller right before budget was finalized, and we bought some smaller equipment that we don't want to take a whole tractor tiller onto these parks. So we bought a smaller tiller. We started tilling in the small circle holes that we found at Plaza and Carnegie, and therefore threw some seed, threw some sand on it, and a lot of it's filling in. If you guys walk by the parks, you'll see a lot of the grass growing up. With all these floods, it's really helping the growth. Veterans Park, I took this when all the flags were up. I thought it was pretty cool to see all the flags lined up down the Veterans Park. Keys Park, this is pre-flood. The park looks probably 10 times better now that, recent storms. Gallegos Field, that's the smaller field at Keys Park. This is Harris Pond, beautiful little area. If you've gone there recently, on the bottom right, you'll see picnic tables and area where people go and eat and have picnics. The only problem is the mosquitoes are really bad because there's a river right there. But it's really, really nice. James Marujo Park, this was pre-flood. If you drive by now, it's really full. It looks really nice. This was across the street from the soccer field. Of course, Rodriguez Park, beautiful turf, well maintained. The projects that we've been working on in the past year since I've been here are Riverwalk benches. We got about 12 up right now. We were putting some up, and then all this water stuff happened, so we couldn't. We had to use our sources somewhere else. The basketball court at Keys Park, we put the basketball goals up there, and if on any given day you see people there playing, having a good time, enjoying themselves. So, I've been asked by the community if there was any way they could do a couple of those around town where, people can just go play. I know we have some at South Pacific. The pavement's kind of off-centered. It's grown on one side, and, maybe in the future we could tear that down and redo a new one, maybe put a pickleball court with one full basketball court. But they asked, people from the community asked me if they put in money, if they could help build one on the west side. So, I've been approached a few times. We installed a scoreboard at Rodriguez softball field. In the fall, the beginning of summer, we placed about 25, 30 sprinkler heads at every park, and this happens every year due to the frost and all that stuff and the freezing. We demoed the old concession stand at Keys Park, and that was it was nostalgic for me because my mom used to cook there, and she used to make hamburgers and stuff like that back in the days when I played Little League. So that was nostalgic for me, tearing it down, but it was a necessary thing in the future. Craig Aragon and I have talked about possibly putting a small T-ball field there in that area. It would fit perfect, and it's strictly for the 4 or 5-year-olds. It would be a perfect thing for the actual league. They wouldn't have to utilize the bigger field. They can just use a smaller field, and it wouldn't cost that much. It's just fencing and a little bit of tractor work. We took the wafer board off the Gallegos field. I think the biggest change in that field was when we took the wafer board off the top and we put chain link, and now see the kids, when they're happy after scoring, whatever. And it was just a big deal because even the people from the stands can see, straight to the batter's box and stuff like that. We put new padding in the back. There was a new swing set at South Pacific. Nope, back. We put up park signs, and obviously some of them are down. In your ward, Mr. Montoya, someone wrecked into it. So they went through insurance. We haven't been able to get it back up. At Keys Park, someone actually got an axe, or I don't know how they tore it, but they cut it in half, the sign. So, just we need to agree by those. We reseeded a lot of the parks. We with the help of Arnold's crew, we grinded some stumps at the plaza and some other parks, Carnegie. And like I said, we re-padded Gallegos to the backstop with padding. Some of the issues that we have at the parks is people are taking more than one poop pouch. So, when there's 100 there, people will take a whole stack and take them with them. And I'm not sure why that happens, but so we run out a lot. So we have to, a lot of times we think that 100 is going to last a week or two, and we're having calls, there's no pouches there, but someone took them. So that's one of the issues. People driving on the parks with ATVs. That's another issue we have. The vandalism to the signs, as I explained. Not sure why that's happening. It's not on this list, but I just got a notice on my email that there was graffiti on the bridge on the Riverwalk, so we need to go and paint that. New sprinkler pipes being cut. We would start a project, we'd put in new piping and let it, settle for the night and go back the next day, and someone cut it with a Sawzall. So we were getting a lot of, I'm not sure who it could have been, but maybe a disgruntled ex-employee or something, but it was getting cut, and we'd have to redo that work and take another day. So, the movies, of course, you guys know about the movies, throwing the snow on the Plaza Park and then using the washer and taking off all the grass. We haven't, I believe we got the money from that, but we haven't bought the seed for it. So, yeah. Stolen trash containers, broken water lines at Keys, Carnegie, and Plaza. They actually caught someone with baseball bats at Keys Park hitting the sprinkler heads. Pigeon poop, that's a constant thing at Plaza Park. Him and his crew are constantly trying to power wash that off. They've tried several different things. They tried putting owls in there. They tried putting music all the time. Firecrackers is what one of my supervisors did. We got rid of them, but it's not a forever thing. The homeless situation at specifically Lincoln is really bad. What I've noticed is when I've gone over there and they just leave all their trash on the gazebo and take off, or they, on one occasion I drove up and someone tried throwing their trash and the trash missed it and then walked away, and I'm like, so just stuff like that. Volleyball nets being stolen from James Marujo and South Pacific. People like to enjoy playing volleyball, and when they're not there, it's kind of like, it looks bad on us because we put them and then someone takes them. Treasure hunters were digging up our parks, and we finally had to let them know that they can't be digging into the parks. Rocks at the turf field, that was an issue. All that little small pebble that they put around the park is a lot of work. I'm not sure what the solution is for that, but people are throwing their house trash in our dumpsters, so we have to deal with that. And then, of course, liquor bottles found at all the parks. And then, of course, people picnic and they have their parties and all that stuff, and a lot of times they don't clean up after themselves. So, along with the duties that these guys do, they also have to take care of all these issues alongside of what their regular maintenance is. The equipment we use, we have a John Deere tractor that has an aerator, mower, backhoe, and tiller attachment. That's the big thing that we use at the bigger parks. Toro groomer mower, John Deere Gator, turf brush attachment that came along with the whole project at Rodriguez. Snow plow, we need that for coming up, so we're going to look into getting one. Pressure washer, we did buy one right before the deadline for budget. The vehicles, we're in dire needs of some vehicles. I know there's one that we can purchase right now. The money's there. I just need to figure out the process on how to get that. We bought a few weed eaters right before also, and those came in handy yesterday. Trailers, we are in need of one. The trailer that we have right now, it houses both mowers, but if we can get a nice new one that tilts back and we can throw our grass and then we can dump it, that'd be nice. Chainsaw, tree pole trimmer, a cedar. I'm not sure if we bought that finally or we still need one. A tiller, we got a smaller one, like I said, and those just till like the smaller spots on the parks. Like the hand tiller, rakes, shovels, brooms, tools like that. Power blowers and an auger. This came out all shifty, but on a day-to-day, you know, these guys pick up trash. They weed eat, and you know, when it snows, they pick up snow most of the day. They till, they seed, they irrigate, they clean the sprinklers before fall and before summer. They trim trees, rake leaves, and just regular maintenance, trash, you know, clean up a park, someone left something, you know, stuff like that. Shop improvements, they really did a good job of cleaning their shop, and now it's real organized where, you know, all the tools are there and you'll be able to see them. That's basically it for the presentation. It's not as fancy as the chief over here, you know, figure out how you do that. But I'll take any questions if you want.
Sure, anybody, Council? Thank you. Thank you, Arturo. Thank you for the good job you guys are doing. The parks look very, very awesome. They look awesome. Questions on some of the, especially on Plaza Park, our sidewalks. Some of the sidewalks are a little cracked. They're coming up because of the roots of the trees. I'm pretty sure you're working on some of those sidewalks that are taken care of. Yes, we actually went out and got a couple of quotes, but the contractors won't just fix them. I know there's a way to just level them, and they said the only way they'll do it is if they redo all the sidewalks, and so we got to look into what steps we're going to do from that. I know it's been an issue for years, and also the brickwork. We got some quotes for that, and actually last week I was told I can use general fund for that, and it was a local contractor that put in a bid. So I asked the contractor to resubmit the bid with a current date because this was about 3 weeks or a couple months ago that we were looking for quotes. So that we can do as soon as possible. The cement will take a little bit longer just because we need to figure out if there's any regulations or how we go about it. It's going to be expensive to resurface all the sidewalks if that's the route we want to go. Well, maybe you can talk to the cement and see what funding we have to do that also. Anyway, on the rocks thrown, you got here, they're throwing rocks into the turf field. Is that, are those individuals or they're people that are just going in there, or when they have a baseball game? What's going on with that? And that's actually, the rocks are so close to the field that when you get up off the bleacher, I think they just hit, their leg just kicks the rocks inside. Mm-hmm. When we first opened it up, I did see some kids throwing rocks in there when we put a stop to that. But basically now it's, you know, hard rain. It makes the rocks jump up. I mean, it's just too close to the surface, and on turf field, it's hard to get those rocks off. That's right. And I was looking at your thing here on the Marujo Sports Complex. The field looks pretty dirty. Yeah. Well, it's not dirty. Well, maybe what I'm looking at is you might need some seeding on it or redo it again or something. Yeah, we threw seed on there, right?
Yeah, we threw seed on there, but I think next year we're gonna have to go in there and till that whole field and just reseed the whole thing, start from scratch. That would really look nice. Maybe you guys can work on that. I just want to commend you and your guys. You guys are doing a good job on the. I just saw all of these that you guys got to take care of, and you know, thanks a lot for what you guys are doing. You're welcome. Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I was going to ask also about Marujo Park because that's in my ward, and I'm glad to hear that you're going to till and reseed, because people see that when they're driving in or out of Las Vegas, and it doesn't make a real good impression.
And it's always looked that way for
Yeah.
as long as I can remember, so it would be really nice if we could get that looking a little bit better. And I appreciate, you putting that on the list of things to do.
And it actually looks nice right now, but I mean, I'm not sure how long it'll last like that. And
Yeah.
when I was approached by the soccer league director when I first came in, he told me that he had a group of parents that had the resources, the money to invest in that field to make it only soccer. That they would put up lighting, security, and also ground maintenance crew. If all we had to do was secure it for soccer every season, every year. And so at that time, he said that it wasn't allowed, that they rejected that idea. But I think it's a great idea if someone wants to take care of our park and they want to sign an MOU and do all this stuff. I mean, I'm not sure what the rules are for that, but they want to not take ownership, but they want to have pride in what they play on, so they want to kind of take care of it. So maybe that's something we could look at for the future, to have that soccer program, kind of excel.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was gonna bring it up myself. We did have a group of parents and other people who were willing to donate money and to keep that area clean and have it dedicated as a soccer field.
Yes.
But that was like in 2016, so it's been quite a while already, and it just, at that time, the council and the administration were not willing to do that. So, and my last question is Litherman Park. It's not really a park yet.
Not yet. It's
What
just a piece
plans
of
do
land.
what plans do you have for that? Because I believe, and I need to ask Mr. Montgomery, the people who donated it also said that they had money to donate to the city. Has that been settled or no?
No, I think the focus has still been what's the intent of the property and what the family was expecting of the property. But I have not made connection. Lucas, I'm not certain if you have spoke with them at all. We'll follow up.
Okay.
We'll follow up.
So, Mr. Padilla, do you have any ideas for what, I mean, we've had discussions as a council as to what possibilities we might have there, but nothing, I believe, has appealed to the donors. They really wanted something that would honor their parents and have like a nice, like benches where people could sit and relax and, just enjoy the park.
Yes, I actually personally knew Joyce and her husband. He was a security guard at the bank, and she worked in the bank, ran it, and I lived 2 houses down. I grew up knowing them, and I knew them all my life, so they're good people. I think we need to brainstorm and pick something out that's going to represent them and the kind of people they were. A nice, beautiful park with turf, maybe some benches, some overhead shade structures, something really, really nice to kind of represent. They donated the land and some money. I think we need to kind of honor them by, putting a little plaque with their name there, maybe history and stuff like that. And I think that would be a great way to start.
Thank you. I appreciate the way you're thinking on that because they were wonderful people and they were friends of mine too.
Yes.
And I would like to see them honored appropriately with that piece of land that they were kind enough to donate. Thank you. No other questions, Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Martinez.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla, thank you for presenting again tonight for the council, and I didn't realize that you have you got quite a few parks that you have to maintain. My question is, especially on the areas of Lion Park and Lincoln Park, are you guys, your staff are they finding syringes, needles, all that stuff that goes along with the area, the problems that we have in the area? I guess I should ask that or say it like that.
Always forgot to Sean.
Yeah, we found needles, used foil, beer bottles, stuff like that all the time, and it's still happening.
Well, I just, it's difficult to be able to work in that kind of an environment as well, So, I mean, you guys are doing what you can to make sure that that's cleaned up, especially when you have small children playing in those playgrounds and, you know, the parents bring them over. And that makes it difficult for us to, you know, have the park always open to the entire general public, you know that, but I just wanted to make sure that I identify, or you guys can help me identify that those problems do exist. And I want to see how we can better that, you know what I mean? And I'm not sure if that's the only place. You probably find them throughout the, you know, Riverwalk.
Yeah, they sleep at Keys Park all the time. The president actually put this bright light, you know, to keep them out of the concession area because they were sleeping and graffitiing the tables, and they finally had to get rid of the tables just because they were getting graffitied all the time with Satanism stuff and painting on the walls. And so he's kind of approached it in different ways, trying to figure it out. And I think opening up the dugouts by putting chain link, everyone can see what's in there now, so it's kind of
Right, yeah.
it's easy to see. But
Well-
Lincoln's another issue. Lincoln and Keys, most of them. I haven't seen that many at Carnegie or the other parts not too bad. Plaza's not even that bad. So
And I know that you and I have been in communication with some of the, or possible grant money that's available for Lincoln, so.
yes,
We're working on a few things and hopefully we could see some, you know, some good result out of that. So thank you for your presentation and bringing one of your staff members with you as well.
Councilman, I got one more. Councilman, everybody, thank you, Arturo. I just, anyway, what are we doing about the homeless? Are we, Mr. City Manager, are we having our chief or our police chief going out, having the police officers going out there and checking the areas out at night, or go through a walkthrough through some of those areas that we have problems with on the, what he was saying about the needles and the homeless are trashing it? Do we have some kind of a plan or something that you guys are doing?
Yeah, so we do have officers who patrol the area frequently, but next presentation I could bring the stats of how many calls for service we have in that area, and self-initiated as well.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, I got quite a few notes. I don't know if you want to take out your pencil or your pen. You know, if we're having issues in the parks at night or on weekends, I think maybe we could schedule code enforcement one night of the week or on a Saturday to visit these parks and see what's going on, to cut down on the crime and on the damages that are going on. Mr. Padilla, how many vacant positions do you have at the present time?
we have two.
For parks? Two. And how long have they been vacant?
We just hired one and they didn't work out. So I mean, we lose one and we gain one, and so it's kind of been like, you know, nobody's applying to work in the parks. It's just.
And what's your starting pay?
I believe it's 16. 14.
$14 an hour.
14.
Maybe that's the problem. Okay, anyway, you know, I drove in from Santa Fe yesterday, I think it was, and I went by Rodriguez, and the gate was wide open, Mr. City Manager, and nobody was around. So I don't know what that's about, but, you know, if we don't lock the gates to these parks, I mean, people are gonna get in and do whatever they want and destroy. On your list, Sandoval Park is not listed on here. And maybe that's why it gets skipped, I don't know. But, you know, we had 4-foot weeds in that park, and we still have 4-foot weeds along the alleyway.
The alleyway's not ours.
It belongs to the city.
Homeowners.
Well, on the south side, yes. On the property side of the park, it belongs to the city,
Yeah.
half the alley.
Yeah, we did that. It's a hill.
Yeah.
And we went up with a tractor. And
Well, it goes to halfway of the alley. That's our property.
About the back end.
And along the fence line, it's all belongs to the city. It's all part of the city park.
Yeah, that's all cut
Yeah,
now.
and the same thing with Hannah Park. All where the Jersey barrier's at, half of that alley is ours, and on the other side, all the weeds are still there. I know you guys did go out there finally and cut it down and so forth, but, those are kind of issues that I see. And, I'm with you on the rain. It's been raining, weeds are crazy out everywhere and so forth. And I know your issue with vacancies, and that's fine. But if we can't handle these projects, Mr. City Manager, we need to contract some of them out. And I've mentioned it before, it's been 7 months, that if we need to contract out, for instance, the Plaza Park, Lincoln Park, and Hanna Park to somebody else, let them take care of it. And let them, these guys, give them a break and let them catch up on their stuff. The same thing goes with the South Pacific Park. I mean, those steps, they're closed down. I don't know what the update is on those, but they're still shut down. And that's unacceptable. They've been shut down for 8 months now. We need to fix those parks. The River Walk, again, I'm going to indicate that there's bicycles, there's groups of bicycles, there's motorcycles, there's debris on the river, piles of brush and debris that needs to be removed. Signage is lacking as far as, hours of operations, for instance, when they should be there or shouldn't be there. No motorcycles along the trail, so forth. The truck you mentioned, yeah, that was a legislative request, and somebody should move on that, purchasing that truck and getting that money to the city. Harris Pond, there's no signage. There used to be a signage there, as well as at Hanna Park, that set the rules of the parks, and it was a 4x8 sheet. And there's no signage there at Hanna Park or at Harris Pond. Along the Gainas River, again, Mr. City Manager, if we can't install those benches that have been in storage for 2 years, we purchased 23 benches, we've installed 12. If we don't have time or the capabilities of installing those benches, subcontract them out to somebody. Get it done. I mean, I was hoping last July, for the 4th of July, they would be up. And I was hoping again for this 4th of July, and I know staff has put some up. But again, if we can't handle that much work, subcontract it out. There's people out there that do that kind of work. Signage, pet signage needs to be out on those parks, on the Riverwalk, saying, your pets need to be on a leash or doggy bags or whatever. There's a lot of things that I see that, could be improved. And not to knock you down that you're not doing your job or anything like that. I understand the overwhelmness of every department. The police department, it's the same thing. 10 officers on the street, they can't watch your parks all the time. Or, vice versa. So, we do have to try and help each other out. When we see something, report it to the proper authorities and take action on it. But there are, for instance, the park committee that you have, see if you can create some kind of a partnership with them to keep an eye. They walk the Gainas River Trail every day. So if they can dial the 311 app and report something, or call the police and report something, those people care about our community and about our investments. So the other thing that I would want to bring up is also the property that's over on Grand Avenue and Independence that belongs to, I don't know if it belongs to the Santa Fe Railroad, but in 1982, all properties from the Santa Fe Railroad were deeded over November 24th, 1982, to the Gainas River, to the city of Las Vegas. And I don't know if that property, it was also part of it, or if we can ask for that property to be donated to the city also. That's the one in between Grand and Independence. And that was donated actually by the land grant of Las Vegas back in the town of Las Vegas. The trustees of the town of Las Vegas land grant back in 1972 when the two cities consolidated, the two towns. Yeah. But, you know, I was kind of like ready to give the city manager a call and say, close down Hannah Park. Because the weeds were so high, kids were playing soccer on the weeds, you know, tripping, and the liability was not, you know, it was too high. Kids there at night on the swings and so forth, and the weeds are pretty high. So Lincoln Park, I recommend that you close off both entrances on the north side to the Samaritan house, to the Samaritan homeless shelter. I mean, close those ends and let everybody go around and avoid some of that people going into that area. No, I don't think that's a bad of a safety issue when you close one side of it and there's still access through the other sides. But, you know, I do hear a lot of complaints about Lincoln Park, and I know I'm with you, Councilman Martinez. You know, when that contract comes about, we're going to look at it very closely because we can't afford to be sending police there every day, and we can't afford to be babysitting anybody. And it's not bad, you know, it's not a good thing for our tourists when they come into town and they go through there. It's not good enough, you know, for the community that lives there, the neighborhood. You know, I mean, something's got to get done. We've tried, and they don't want to listen. So, you know, they're going to have to pay the consequences. That's what I got to say. And Councilor Casey, I'm sorry, and I'm with you. I have sympathy for the homeless. But again, when it comes to the safety of our youngsters or our kids, you know, I've supported the Samaritan overstay all through my term and prior to that. And I volunteered there for 4 years. So I know what it's all about. But when it comes to the safety of our neighborhoods and the safety of our children, I mean, then we're talking different ballgame. So I'm just putting that out there. I hope that you're working on the sprinkler system for Hannah Park. I know our director of Travis Martinez and Utilities is working to get that water there, pump that water there. So I hope that's you know, something you're working on.
I don't believe it was on the budget. I don't believe it got approved.
Yeah, a lot of things aren't on the budget, so I mean, we can make adjustments.
We have
and we have item number 1 that we're gonna give direction on how to invest and how to use that money in a little bit. Yeah.
So we do have money for sprinkler system at Pancho Padilla. I allotted some money for Hannah, but if there's money, I already have the quote for it. Just gotta resubmit it with a new date. And then the money for Lincoln that we have to use there. But I just want to say, just an example. Yesterday, all 5 parks guys, myself, we got the 3 mowers, the 3 weed eaters. We were there at 6 in the morning, and we finished by 10:30, and we still had guys there finishing off because it was a big job. I mean, yeah, the weeds were big, but I mean, I showed you pictures of what happens when you mow when it's wet, and so we finally got a couple of days of no rain. So we, you know, I went out there with these guys, and these guys are doing a fantastic job. I know they take a lot of heat on the internet and stuff like that, but for the small pack that they have, they do a great job. And it took a team yesterday. We got it done, all 3 parks, Pancho, Sandoval, Hannah. But I mean, we can't do that all the time. We have other parks we got to tend to, trash, we got, you know, vandalism, stuff like that. So up to this point, we haven't needed a landscaping company. We've been able to handle everything ourselves, whether it's last minute, make the call and get us there, we do it. But, you know, there's only so much we can do, but you know, these guys, the grass looks phenomenal at every park. Besides the little medians where the grass grows a little bit and we have to go pull them in the plaza and by the gas station on Grand. Those little places we you know, we hit when we can, but besides that, these guys have been kicking some butt, and you know, I applaud them and the staff and Sean, his leadership, for all they've done.
And Mr. Montgomery, I'm not knocking down staff. I'm just saying that I see it differently, and I think we do need to subcontract some of those parks, and I think they do need help. So it's overwhelming. This year, especially with the monsoon seasons, it's overwhelming, and I understand that. And it's okay to sub a park or two, and if it's for a one-time deal, or even if it's for 4 months, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you subbed out 2 contractors to pull trash to Wagon Mountain when the facility was over full and we were closing down every day, well, 64 days out of the year. So, I mean, that's the same concept that we can do here, is we can subcontract some of this work and make it work. And this way, we don't have all these complaints from the public. And that's another thing, you know, I've seen some comments where our staff comment on Facebook and stuff like that, and I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that's where we should be responding to. I think we have a radio talk show that we can talk to the public, and I think we need to stay away from that Facebook stuff. Yeah, because there's critics everywhere, and I'll tell you one thing, you're never going to satisfy them, and there's so many questions and answers that you cannot answer in 2 sentences, and they can't comprehend, you know, the whole story behind it. And you try and explain it, and it ain't going to work. So you know, I ask that you give some kind of direction to all your staff to stay away from Facebook and giving advice or answers or so forth. We have a website, we have an optic ad, and we have the radio stations that we pay for, and that's the proper way to transfer all this information to and then we have, of course, all the PSAs that we promote through the city website and so forth. Well, I thank you for your presentation. Council, do you have any other questions? No, got it. Mr. City Manager, anything?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Moving on.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, our next item is consent agenda. We have none this evening. Moving on to our business items. Our first business item is update and possible direction on city investments. And we have our Finance Director, Mr. Morris Madrid, presenting on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What I would like to do, with your permission, is give you a little background on the concept of municipal investment and how it should work. And then give you my review of the current policy, which is outdated, and an idea for next steps. And then have a discussion after that. In your last packet, you would have received essential elements of cash management as related to investment. Now, investment is kind of an arm of cash management because cash management for the city has to be a priority. Cash management means that we have to ensure that we can make our necessary payments short-term, mid-term, and long-term. For example, this week, we have to pay our accounts payable run. Sometimes it's 600,000. This week, it's probably going to be closer to 5 million. So there's fluctuation there from week to week. Our payroll is every other week. That's pretty consistent. A little bit longer term, we have to plan to pay for our pay estimates for our projects. Sometimes they're 70,000 on a pay estimate. Sometimes they're 500,000. Those can be kind of projected based on activity. Most of them are seasonal, so we can do some decent forecasting on those. We also have our debt service payments that are scheduled. Those are definite dates and definite amounts, and they can be projected exactly. We should also consider what our contingency should be, our reserves, kind of just in case. These cash forecasts, this is a perfect time to discuss it because they're subject to change without notice. We had $14 million from FEMA come in, and we had an event on June 21st that changed our forecast from we're not going to do much spending in the short term. We need to plan for the long term. We'll have some money to invest there. This changed everything. Our cash flow from that money is going to change, and that balance in the next month is going to drop severely. We're making one payment this week for $3 million. So, given that, we still can forecast decently. There's some things that we can control, and I've listed some of them here, is our utility billing. We talked about that a little while ago. We can tighten up our restrictions or we can loosen them up, but we do have that control. We can set that. The reimbursements for grants and other funding, that we can plan for. In some cases, we get cash advanced. In most cases, they're on a reimbursement basis. And we have to spend that money before we get it from a funding entity. So essentially, we have to put it up front. We have to float that money. We have to plan for that. In some cases, the reimbursements occur within 20 days. In some cases, it's a little bit longer. We need to try and, on our side, of course, when we bill somebody, we want to get paid right away. And on our side, we have to comply with the Prompt Payment Act. And that means no matter what, we're required to pay our bills within 45 days of receipt of an invoice. So that is a non-negotiable compliance issue. Now, if you're going to manage cash effectively, you don't want to have large balances where you don't need them. You want to be able to maximize the investment, of course. That's one thing that we have not started forecasting for yet. Now, to put it simply, we would have, as I just discussed, we're going to have different terms in need for cash balances. The immediate need, accounts payable and payroll. The intermediate need, which would be construction payments and debt service, and longer-term needs, which would be longer debt service payments. And then everything above that in our cash balances is what would be available for investment, because that does not need to be as liquid. No matter what we invest in, we would have access to it within a matter of days, not weeks or months, whether it's in a local bank or the state treasurer's local government investment program. We would have access to it. The question is, how do we want to balance that? Now, you also have received a copy of the investment policy that's currently in place. It was done in January of 2010, and it is outdated. Now, and we have not been implementing all the pieces that are described in there. Well, why not? Well, we probably haven't had excess cash in that long, like we do now. So it's not anybody's fault. It's just a tool that we do need to reactivate. And part of the review that I've done is we need to make sure that we comply with statutory regulations. The relative statutes have been changed since this policy was in place. There's language in here that refers to savings and loan associations. They don't exist anymore. There's reference to the qualifications of financial institutions. That's a key because the difference between national, international, and local banks. Where is some of their lending done? What do we want to consider them to be qualified? Of course, they have to be insured. We're not allowed to engage in anything that involves unreasonable or unnecessary risk. I'll give you an example. The State Treasurer's Office invests billions. Now, it's not all in CDs, of course not. They have professional investment managers that invest in things that are very highly secure and are almost entirely risk-free, such as treasury bills, federal government bonds, other local government bonds, state bonds, that they're not fully insured like banks are, but they are minimal risk. Those are the kinds of things that government is allowed to invest in. Investing in the stock market? No. In futures, commodities? No. It's just not legal. So, with those objectives, and this folder has my homework. I've been reviewing investment policies of other places that are, some of them similar in size, some of them that are more local, like Santa Fe, places in Texas, because what they do is they actually set criteria. And I think that's one of the places that we need to get to. Mesquite, Texas defines how much should be in local banks versus how much should be in the state investment program. So, and in relation to that, one of the considerations is, do we want to maximize earnings or do we want to maximize economic impact? Earlier this evening, you had the creation of an economic development board. And I noticed on there, a couple of the members are from the banking industry. Well, why is that? Because banking is a critical role in economic development. Anytime loans are made to local businesses, that money turns over and over and over and stimulates the local economy. So while we may not get the benefit of a direct interest income, we do get the benefit of economic development. And gross receipts tax or lodger's tax or whatever industry it is a benefit to the local economy. So I know that one of the questions will be, well, how much do we have invested right now? Right now we have just under 20 million invested, that's making between 2 and 2.5%. And I have not yet identified how much more is available for investment. That's going to be one of the next steps. And it's going to be in the maybe 5 to 10 million range. Of course, again, the 20 million includes 14 million from FEMA. The balance is going to drop there. So there's going to be some fluctuation. We're going to have to do some definite forecasting so that we don't run short. And the other consideration is based on future claims and income, claim reimbursement or advance from FEMA, those numbers could get very, very large. Our cash balances and the amounts available for investment could grow beyond my capability. So we may need to consider, if these balances get large enough, the employment of a real investment manager that can give us a little better guidance. So, just based on the concepts and our initial reactivation of a policy, my initial recommendation to you all for the work that I need to do is, number one, redraft this policy and take it to the Finance Committee and bring it back to the governing body. It may take more than one try to get it right, but let's get this updated so at least we have a guide. The second thing is, there's a procedure in here, or a responsibility, I guess, that says that we should periodically bid out our investments locally. And that, I don't think, needs any change in policy to do. We can start that right away. And that's something that I would propose to start doing within the next 30 days. Because we have the ability to do that. I'm familiar with the process. The other thing is we need to open our options. We presently do not participate in the State Treasurer's Local Government Investment Program. In your packet last time, you had a blank resolution, which I will bring to you so that we can start that process. It has to be authorized by the governing body. And then that gives us another option that we don't have right now. And that I would do in the next 30 days also. The other part of this is a required reporting that I would propose to bring to the governing body on investment activity, balances and earnings as part of my finance report every month. So basically, that's my overview and my recommendation as to next steps. And with that, it's time for any questions.
Mr. Martinez, go ahead.
Mr. Morris, I can't disagree with what you mentioned as far as like, you know, the money that's being invested. And we need to take the next steps to make sure that we're investing properly, of course, but we're not getting the best bang for the buck. And, you know, that's not being able to invest with the state at that level and getting more money for the capital that we have in there, you know. I think it's just such an important big step for us to do. And, you know, just thinking about the numbers in my own head, we're losing a substantial amount of money monthly. And I think that is the right, very next step that we need to take. And thank you for bringing that forward to us as well. But I've been trying to understand a little bit more and more of this as we go through the motions, but it's a big piece. It's a big piece of making sure that we have, you know, if we could gather an extra $200,000 monthly, it's such a huge investment down the road. And I'm on board with doing that. I'm on board with following that protocol so we could make sure that we get the best bang for the buck. So by all means, you got my attention, that's for sure.
Madam Casey?
Just a quick comment. I want to thank you because the initial review that you gave us really helped a lot to understand some of the needs that we have to, changes that are required that we need to make. And the elements of the cash management related to investments. That's also important for us to all understand, I think, well enough so that we know what needs to be done and how it's done and how we keep track of it. And I think those are important issues also. So I want to thank you for that. What I would suggest is that you review this again and make recommendations for changes in the language and bring it before the council so that we can take a look at it, discuss it, and see if these changes are adequate for what we want to do as a city, and with your recommendations and your expertise, that we move forward on this, because obviously we need to get this taken care of. We need to, update the policy. We should do everything that we need to do to make sure that our money is being utilized as best as it can. So thank you for that.
Agreed, Councilman.
Mr. Madrid, so this policy was, I initially done in January 20th, 2010?
Yes.
Yeah. And on here, I see the responsibility. It says the finance directors will have direct responsibility to develop and recommend changes to the city investment policy to the city manager and the finance committee, who in turn will make recommendations to the governing body. The city finance director or her designee shall implement the city's investment policy and will hold direct responsibility for the placing of specific investments in local banks, savings, or loan associations. And also it states on next page that the city finance director here or her designee will issue a monthly investment report to the city manager and city council, who will include total investment amounts, investment and types, investments by institution, terms of investments, and the inner rates of each investment. So what is it that you want to change on this investment policy?
Well, I don't necessarily want to change the concepts. I want to update the language and clarify some of the language. The internal controls language, bottom of page 4, that needs to be updated. It's too broad. It needs to be a little more specific. One of the discussions that we need to have among the governing body is the investment committee. At what level should that be? Is that composition of that committee adequate? Is it at the right level? Could it be just a finance committee? Could it be an independent committee? What options does the governing body want to look at? And I think that's a major consideration. I think the reporting is not an issue. I think that's one of the reasons we can comply with that right away. The development of a cash management program, that one we're not doing, and that's going to be a little bit more complicated because that's where I would like for us to define a kind of a formula. This is the total cash we have. Here's a formula for determining what our cash management needs are. This is what's available. Among what's available, how do we cut that up? And do we want to make it fair among local banks and the state treasurer's program? Do we want to consider the local banks as one and have them compete? What percentages do we want to use? Do we want to use a percentage at all? Do we want to go with highest earnings? Do we want to go with availability of loans for local businesses? Those are the things that we really should consider. Even if they're not part of the policy, they should be considered in formulating the policy. So where do we want to get? That's one of the unknowns here. I think most of this language is good. In regard to the citation and the statutes, those need to be updated also, because the statute numbers have been expanded, and I need to incorporate that in here. So really, I just want to update it, not really revise it. It's good, but it could be expanded to include some of the things I just talked about. What are the criteria that we want to use? So that essentially, as your finance director, you want to give me the responsibility, but you don't want to give me so much latitude that I can mismanage it. There has to be boundaries so that if you have an element of trust in any internal control, then you don't have internal control. We do need to set those boundaries, no matter who's sitting in this seat or your seat or that seat.
Well, I look at it as, it's the finance director's responsibility to make those recommendations to the city manager, and the manager make those recommendations to mayor and council. And I agree with you, those things need to be updated and so forth. But what I'm looking at is, closing out this last year's budget, I mean, in the general fund, we closed out with $9 million in a balance. And in enterprise funds, we had $27 million. In the lodger's tax, we closed out at $1.5 million. And in the cannabis fund, $241,000. And I don't know, on the opioid, I think opioid was $1.4 million. So, and then we had the 14 million from the FEMA, plus we had another 5.5 million, 5.6 million from the water, for water improvements that has just been sitting there. Okay, so to me, I think, we're out in the street, in a sense, in City Hall. We're sitting on $7.3 million that we could be investing in a new City Hall and that we're not getting interest on right now. So, I saw Mora County got some monies from FEMA last year, and they invested it, and they're getting $100,000 a month or something like that. I see it that we, 2 years ago when I came in, we weren't getting any interest or very little interest on our funding here in our local banks. And then I brought up the issue again, and it was that time when they could renew the interest rates, and they did, and we're getting at 2.5. And to me, that's not good enough. I mean, I'm responsible as well as mayor and council to ensure that we get every penny we can for our community, for our fund. That's our responsibility, as well as to spend it. But I'm sure we're not getting a fraction of what we should be getting in interest in investing these funds. And I'll tell you that in today's world, most people are paying between 5 and 5.4%. So that's we're getting half for some of the money that we're investing. So I agree with you that I guess we do have to have a resolution. I don't see why this item said direction of investments. I guess a resolution would be the form of the way to go, and then bring it back. But I'll tell you, it bothers me because like $1.2 million of lodger's tax, no interest that I know of. At least that hasn't been reported to this council. Cannabis, $135,000. Opioid, $1.4 million. That's a lot of money to be holding on the bank and not getting interest. Again, I see that we can do an RFI or an RFP and ask the banks see if they'll match, the highest interest rates that others are giving, which is fine, at no cost. And also, at 5% interest in a 6-month period, we could be paying off that loan that we borrowed from the general fund for $444 million for the extension of a Legion Drive project. We could be adding that interest to other road projects, like the roadblock or Commerce Street. We could be adding that interest to those projects. And to me, I feel that we need to invest on the LGIP, and that's your local government investment pool, because they're the highest, and they're secured, and like you said, you can get that money at any given time. And not only that, you got to look at the big picture, and the big picture is when you invest in the local government, they invest those monies, and they're secured. And when they invest, they're making an interest for the state. And the state, in return, is using that money to give it back to the municipalities or projects in New Mexico. Yeah, you were a legislator, Councilor Casey, how it works. So to me, I think that's a way win-win situation. Because this of no getting interest or little interest or half the interest that we should be getting, I think we should bank and we should be getting, I want to say, if we invested our money right, I would say a good $500,000 probably every 6 months. And I'm not a finance person, or I'm a chairman of finance committee, and I handle my checkbook at home, and it's good. So, I mean, that's the direction that I would take, is that we go ahead and give direction to bring it back as a resolution and do an investment. And I'm not saying we have to invest all of it, but because I know that things come up and we need to pay bills and stuff like that. But if we can at least invest 50% of what we have available, I mean, that would be a good start versus not getting anything. And at the same time, go out for that RFI and find out what's available local. I mean, what they can afford to give us at our money. I know that each one of us in this room want the best interest rate when you're saving your money. And that's the way I feel about the city. I think we should be banking. And like the finance director said earlier, I mean, we haven't been in this situation in a long time, so I don't think nobody really thought about it. A lot of times it was pulling teeth or just making the bills. You were here 18 years ago when DFA was at our doorstep, and it was a different situation.
Yep.
Yeah. And now we're wealthy. And another thing, Mr. City Manager, again, get together with your directors and find out where we can use lodger's tax funding. Whether it's on overtime for police, overtime for events, whatever it is, bring us those requests. There's a lot of money to be spent. You know, if we want to bring activities to Las Vegas, well, there's money to be spent. You know, I mean, I don't get it. I mean, there's,
Mr. Mayor.
you know, yes.
And on that point, that's being done already. And that those expenses are being tracked to be reimbursed. The general fund will be reimbursed by lodger's tax especially for the events, solid waste, police department, fire, every streets. All of those will be reimbursed by lodger's tax.
And this governing body instituted that last year because it hadn't been done.
Right.
You know,
And it's an accounting thing. We are tracking those numbers and we will make those transfers. In regard to your, the number that you threw out, $500,000 for 6 months, you're not that far off. Right now, we're making about $300,000. If we increase our investments, we may get to that number.
Thank you. Like I said, I'm not a finance director, but I know that there's money to be made. So,
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Martinez, Council Martinez.
I just want to make a point that, you know, we have our city manager that is also a financial, you know, investor, and, you know, we're fortunate enough to have two people here that can give us good direction on what we can and how we can invest that money. So, you know, I'm not gonna disagree with the fact that we don't need to make some changes to policy and ordinances and so forth. But we're really missing the boat when it comes to saving money and getting the best bang for our buck. And you know, like Mayor Pro Tem was mentioning, you know, some of that money could go right back into streets or infrastructure for our community, or any upgrade for our community for that matter, I guess. And we could, we need to make this happen, and we need to make it happen soon. So whatever you bring to the table, we can review, and, you know, your recommendations, city, you know, Morris and, you know, city manager, I think we have two of the best people that we could have in our community right now working on it. So I just want to make sure that we move forward with it.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. Morris, thank you for your presentation, and I look at things, almost the same thing what my councilmen do. there's a lot of things that we need to invest in the city, our streets, especially the streets, there's money out there that we can use, and that's all the complaints we have, our streets are potholes. Some of the old, the west side, the streets have been there forever, and, but, anything that you guys, anything that we can invest and make this little town better, you guys are the ones that bring it to the council and see what we can do. But thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Madam Casey, anything else? No. Well, I'm going to make a motion here as far as the direction is concerned, because it does say update and possible direction on city investments. And I'm going to make a recommendation that staff review the investment policy for the city of Las Vegas and bring that back to us. And also that we do a resolution at our next council meeting for investments and check on the RFI for local businesses, banks, and also we don't need a resolution to invest in LGIP, right?
Yes, we do. That's the blank one that you had in your packet. It's required.
Okay, well then, part of the motion would be to bring a resolution to invest on the LGIP.
Right.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Madrid. Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Livari?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Motion carries.
That can be done by next meeting, right?
All of that? No.
There's two items on the agenda, resolution,
Oh, the resolution, yes.
yes.
And
the policy.
The redraft of the policy?
No, the resolution for the policy and resolution for investment in LGIP.
I'm not understanding resolution for the policy.
You said we needed to have a resolution to adopt a new policy, to review it.
Well, you would need a resolution to adopt the final draft of a new policy. That, I don't think I can get done in 2 weeks.
That's what my question was.
I can have a draft for you to review a month from now.
Yes.
But in the meantime, go ahead and start the bidding process for local investment.
Yes.
That doesn't have to wait on this policy.
Thank you. Yeah, because the longer we wait, the less money we earn.
To quote my buddy Bob Witters behind me, every day that we don't invest money, we're losing. So I told him I was going to quote him. He's there? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Madrid.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, our second business item and last business item is request appointment of voting delegate and alternate for the 2024 annual conference in Clovis, New Mexico. So each year, the New Mexico Municipal League has an annual conference along with their annual meeting that goes with it. And they require that the form be filled out for the voting delegate and the alternate by August 9th. That's why this item was brought to you at this meeting, so we could have that in place. I'm not sure if any of you have registered for that annual conference or are going to. I know that I sent you this information, I believe it was right around July 9th or so, to see if you wanted to register, and you could get with MJ in the executive office with Mary Jean, and she will register you. So last year, I believe we had Mayor David Romero, and I believe it was yourself as, yes. So that is why this is being brought to you this evening, is because we have to turn that in by August the 9th, and that's prior to our next meeting.
Question. How many of us can go?
To the conference?
Yeah.
Anybody that would
Anybody,
speak.
yeah.
We're all members of it.
Yeah, all the
Right.
members are. Okay, thank you.
But for the appointee, only one person.
Yeah.
Right, for the voting delegate and then the alternate.
you know. And basically, the voting delegate, I've been there a few times already, so, but you get to vote on the board for the municipal league.
The officers and
Yeah,
stuff.
officers and so forth. And also, you get to pass legislation, recommendations to the municipal league. So you have those voting privileges. And if you're interested, now's the time to,
Mayor Pro Tem, we can only have one voting delegate, correct?
One alternate.
And one alternate.
So the alternate will fill in case the voting delegate cannot make it for some reason.
The dates were again,
So the other thing I wanted to mention is this is August 13th through the 16th. It's a Tuesday through Friday, and we do have our next council meeting on the 14th. So the other question would be, and I can bring this back to our special meeting that we're going to have July 29th, is that I would have to bring it to council to change that meeting if we are attending.
okay.
We would need to change that meeting probably to the following, the third Wednesday of the month. Or fourth Wednesday of the month.
can attend satellite, or whoever goes, can attend on YouTube.
Well, that would include, a lot of the directors go as well, so,
Yeah.
yeah, so I would recommend that we change the meeting date if that's the case, if,
That'd be fine. Anybody interested?
I'm kind of interested that, because I haven't attended any of the municipal league functions. I guess I was kind of used to the school board stuff where it was kind of closer to the weekend, of course, but I think I could make it as long as, and I do and want to participate in the next council meeting that is going to be affected by that date. So, if we can maybe move things around possibly so I can attend instead of, so I mean,
yes, Counselor, we can do that at our next meeting because we do have to do it as per our resolution that states that. We have to get a vote from the council moving anytime we're gonna either cancel a meeting or reschedule a meeting.
and that's one of the reasons why I haven't gone to any of the stuff that's, through the municipal league, because it always hits on one of our meetings. It always seems that it does, so I just, the very last one in Albuquerque, I think it fell on Wednesday, and it was one of our meetings, so I didn't participate.
The last one was at, the last conference was in Farmington, New Mexico, and it was a great conference, very informational, and you get to meet all the companies and so forth, and. do a
Yeah,
lot
but
of
I think
PR
that was
stuff.
prior to me coming in. I wasn't able to attend any of that,
So with that, Counselor Martinez, I make a motion to approve, to recommend that you be the member, voting member for the city of Las Vegas, for the municipal league. I have a second.
Second.
Roll call.
Counselor Ulivari?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, a second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Motion carries.
I'm sorry. Can I amend that motion? Does anybody else want to be a delegate, alternate?
So you could have another motion for an alternate if you want to do that.
I'll accept. We'll all accept if anybody wants to nominate.
I nominate Mayor Pro Tem Montoya to be the alternate.
Second. Call for the question.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Ulivari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Ulivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is executive session.
Council? What are the wishes of the council?
No, I'm just waiting to see what.
Council convene into executive session for the purpose of discussing Las Vegas Police Officers Association collective bargaining agreement and the International Firefighters Association collective bargaining unit agreement in accordance with the Municipal Meetings Act, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H5.
Second? Second. Second by Councilman Ulivari?
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Casey? Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Motion carries.
To call this meeting back to order. At this time, I would entertain a motion to go back from
Mr.
executive
Mayor
session.
Pro Tem, I move that we exit executive session and reconvene in regular session. Pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1D. No action was taken at executive session, no votes were taken.
Thank you, Madam Casey. Do you have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Casey? Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Motion does carry. Moving on to our executive session action item, consideration to approve the Las Vegas Police Officers Association LVPOA Lodge Number 20 Collective Bargaining Agreement. We have our HR Director, Ms. Darlene Arguello.
Madam Casey?
I was gonna make a motion, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the Las Vegas Police Officers Association Lodge Number 20 Collective Bargaining Agreement.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? I want to take this time and just thank staff, our city manager and HR director, our finance director, and everyone that helped out with this negotiations. And we appreciate the police department, and safety is the number one for the city of Las Vegas, and it should be by all means. And we thank you for all your services, and please relay that to all your men and women in your department. I hope that we retain what we have and bring in new people with this negotiations. Thank you.
Thank
Roll call, please.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Motion does carry.
Thank you, Madam. As the last item on the agenda for tonight, I don't want to prolong it anymore. It's already after 10. That's my bedtime. Anyway, I just want to end on a positive note, just saying that, our staff is working hard. They've gone through a lot of challenges. We have a lot of vacancies open. It's been hard on everyone the last 3 months, and for the fact, the last 2 years. But we keep plugging away, and I just want to show and say that I thank everyone that's moving the city forward. And with that, I'll stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Second?
Second.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.